What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, August 6th, 2025. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, the latest and greatest from Texas football fall camp, including some sound from the head coach who spoke after practice last night. We've got the latest on the Micah Parsons situation in Dallas. Jerry Jones has given his thoughts about Micah's future with the team. Will the Cowboys star edge rusher be with the team for their week 1 game against Philadelphia 4 weeks from tomorrow? We've got a big deal in the NFL, a couple of major stories out of the National Football League from yesterday, a rating of the most important players in college football, and oh no, Buck, a third schlong has hit the W.
No.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we got more WNBA drama to dive into.
Triple schlongs.
The triple schlong. Oh, yeah. Sir, a third dick has hit the W.
Wow.
That's what's happening right now. So a lot to get into in the world of sports and beyond. We appreciate y'all starting your hump days with us. How are you this morning, my man?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Rocking and rolling, ready to go. A little warm. It's going to be warm again today, y'all. Hey, feels like 104. Feels like 102, only going to be like 93, 94, but whatever it feels like, that's what it is, I believe.
Yeah, that's what it should be.
Yeah, it'll be another humid and miserable day today. So, hey, it's August. It's supposed to be miserable.
That's
hey,
true.
where are these tropical storms that I think they're geared more towards Florida and the Carolinas than us right now. So, and hopefully we may get some rain next week, but I just don't know when.
You want more rain? I thought we were done with the rain.
No, we can use this. Once again, it only takes about 3 days here. If you don't have it, it gets to be misery. All that moisture that I talk about, it's still in the soil. That shit is gone. So that's gone.
Lasted for a couple of weeks and then went away, huh?
Oh yeah. I mean, if it's October and it rains like that, it'll stay for a month. Here, August, it rains like it's rained 3 days. It's dry as a bone out right now. So it's okay, but we've still been fortunate. We've been real fortunate when it comes to temperature. Feels like, not only could feel like it, but it could be like, feels like 115. We haven't gotten to that point yet. So
you played a round of golf yesterday. How'd that go?
Yeah, that felt like 105 for sure. Played at Twin Creeks. There was no wind there. There's no wind coming through those trees. You get down in the valleys. Twin Creeks is the only place that's hotter than Lost Pines. And that's saying something. It's down lower than it is at Lost Pines. The only other place that I've been to hotter than that is in Lajitas, Texas. Oh, man. Hottest place in the world. And I've been just getting out trying to pump gas. Just grab a hold to the pump there and your hands are on fire. No, that because nobody will come out and pump, It's supposed to be one of those little places where they come out every once in a while. They'll pump the gas for you in those little stations. I started pumping it myself. I put my hand on the clicker there, and it almost burnt the hell out of my hand.
That was in Lajitas, on the way to Big Bend?
On the way to Big Bend, Lajitas, Texas. What a place, man.
You got a lot of nice golf courses out there now, huh?
Oh, they got that resort out at Lajitas right now. But as my son said, it's desert time out there now. This is when the tourists don't go out there until January and February, December. He said, nobody playing out there unless they're playing at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning. He said by 11 o'clock, they're at the spa at the resort. He said, ain't nobody playing golf. Only idiots that you play with would be out there at noon. Like, you got that right.
I was going to say, that's where you screw yourself, right? Because there are plenty of people playing golf in the summertime in Central Texas, but most of them are out on the course by 7 or 8 o'clock, and your job obviously prevents you from being able to do that. So you guys play in the heat of the day and you're talking triple-digit temps. And even though it has been a mildish summer, it's still pretty hot out there. So I don't know how
Yeah,
you get.
and once again, for guys that play, there's guys that play in the heat a lot too. They don't care. They just get with their buddies. If they can get a tee time at 1 o'clock, they'll play. The thing that's the hottest part of it is when you're standing on the green and you play with a group that's plumb bobbing and laying down on the greens and trying to find out what their putts are like and how they're going to break, instead of playing ready golf. If you average 5 minutes on the green with all your boys, and whether you're wearing a hat or not, BK floppy hat, that heat is radiating through the top of that into your head. And you just feel, after a while, standing there for 5 minutes a pop on the green, start feeling kind of weird, going that back nine with a couple of holes left to play. But once again, I'm finding out more so than hydration, it's about what you eat before you play. And I had a nice big breakfast. My wife does a bunch of eggs and bacon for me before I play now. I learned my lesson about having enough fuel in the tank. And even when you're out there, you still, if you got a breakfast taco that's been hanging around, who cares? By that afternoon, you'll eat anything, or you'll eat chicken fajita taco on the second nine because you still need to refuel yourself, or that other stuff wears out after 9 holes of just standing there. But it's still nice. It's nice to be out. I get my walk in. Yesterday was a 4.5-mile walk of the golf course, even though I'm in a cart. I get out and, hey, fool, why are you getting out of the cart? Let me take you right over to the ball. No, I said, I need to get my steps in. But that's a good 4 miles. So that probably adds to burning up a lot of fuel too.
For sure.
Plus the balls that I hit into the woods. I was in shorts and I went in a couple times into the woods looking for my ball. And that's generally not me. I don't generally do that.
You get scraped up?
Oh, yeah. I went in there because I had some new balls. I had some Titleist. My reps sent me some balls, so I wouldn't let those go that easy.
You lost your old balls years ago, so I'm glad you finally got some new ones.
My old balls are no good. Once they go in the woods, I leave them in the woods.
Oh, man. Buck, we are Ron McKelvey days away from Texas football. 24 days from kickoff between the Longhorns and the Ohio State Buckeyes. Do you still have flashbacks to that, what was it, December 31st, the day of the Sugar Bowl, when he fled the team hotel in New Orleans?
Ron McKelvey, and then I had a player named Kenny Bell that played for me at Boston College, played for the Denver Broncos, was number 24. Ron McKelvey, he was a nice enough guy to me. He just seemed like an older guy.
He was?
He'd been in my house a couple of times. Like I said, when everybody else was having juice, he was drinking black coffee, so.
Do you remember like what the mood was, what the vibes were in the locker room when everybody found out that the roster imposter was the roster imposter?
Oh, I was fine with it because I was for sure it was one of the guys on my in my group. I thought it was Ricky or crazy Sean Mitchell had gotten. I thought, oh no, they're about to tell me, hey, one of your guys is going home. I was always I was in horror of those guys because they were just a little loose. So I was wondering, shit, what are they going to tell me about my guys? I thought, it was a big meeting, came together, and then Magovic told us, and I was like, seriously? That dude was just in my house at Thanksgiving, upstairs.
He was 30, right?
Yeah, he was like 29.
That's an all-time story right there, man. I don't think that gets talked about enough. I know most Texas fans know about it, but I don't think enough sports fans around the world know the legend of the roster imposter. That's big time right there.
Through the cracks. He was on special teams. He wasn't any good.
He did that at Texas too. Like I know college football in the 90s wasn't as big as it is now, but still, like he did that at a massive blue blood program, not some small, G5 school. He did that at the University of Texas and
got away with it
for years. Yeah,
I know.
Con people for years about it. Like that's fantastic right there.
And he was friends with a bunch of those guys, Chad Patman and those guys. He knew those guys from Cali, so it was like, man, it was. Like I said, he was at my house, drinking coffee, hanging out for Thanksgiving. Never thought anything of it except for that guy looks a little old.
Is he alive these days?
I don't know.
He's definitely
Chad is not. Chad passed away.
Like McKelvey's not super old, obviously, but I'd love to get that guy on the show somehow and just hear, 3 decades later, his iteration of the story and how he got to Texas and then how they caught him and how he fled and where he fled after he left. Like, I'd love to hear it from his side.
Yeah, that was quite the meeting because, we had Marty Cherry and things go on with that dude. We had, I think he was like doing modeling deals, and it was nuts. How Ron McKelvey got through the cracks of the administration to actually be, in school there was incredible. I don't know how that ever happened. Just did. As I said, he was a special teams guy, and we never had to forfeit any games or anything because what can you do? Obviously,
He
his
wasn't good
clocks.
enough.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't make any difference as a player, as a secondary. He was on the secondary. It wasn't that good. I mean, he'd go down there as a grown man and bash your face in. That's about it. But he wasn't like a real player or anything. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for the great job that you do, to you and your families. Thank your families for sharing you with all of us. First responders out there, thank you also, and do be safe, please.
Yeah, and that's, what you talked about just there, maybe the most surprising part of the entire story. Like the NCAA, who absolutely loves sticking it to someone on a technicality,
Yes.
they didn't punish Texas at all. Like no overturned results, no future sanctions, no loss of scholarships, no postseason bans. It was like maybe that's how badly Ron stunned the college football world that like nobody knew how to handle the situation. So they just let it go.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a unique situation. I mean, and compliance at Texas, I mean, like I told you, I mean, we had compliance officers always coming in and talking to the team. It was a nonstop. Texas never wanted to screw up anything. They never wanted to break any rules. They weren't going to have coaches that were going to do it. They were going to have players that weren't going to do it. So they were really strict with that. So I think it was just a mistake. And the NCAA said, we're not gonna do. These guys didn't know that. They weren't trying to deceive anybody with this scrub, you know?
Yeah.
This wasn't some All-American at 29 years old. This is a guy who just barely made special teams.
This to me, it's like the story of the guy right out of college. Hell, I still kind of feel this way, and I'm damn near 10 years out of college now, who would love to go back to high school and play sports again and like
Wow.
do all of the things that you couldn't do in actual high school. And it's like, well, yeah, now I'm developed and now I'd be way better than these kids, and I'd love another shot. I'd love another
I'd love to
chance.
hit one, stick one of these kids.
Yeah. And
Come
it's like
on.
this guy actually lived that life, but everyone's like, "Oh yeah, I'd go back there and dominate." In reality, no, you'd probably be what Ron McKelvey was. Like, yeah, you'd make the
Yes.
team. You'd be better than you would be if you were their age, but nah, you're still the average to below average athlete that you've always been. Don't forget about that.
Yeah, he covered like an old man. He was always grabbing and reaching and pulling guys down. But he'd get those special teams. He was kind of kamikaze guy on the special teams.
Fantastic, right there. All right, so 24 days away from Texas and Ohio State. We've got some sound from Sark, who met with the media after practice last night. Talked about Andre Kojo and how Texas will replace him on the offensive line. We've got some sound about the quarterbacks. We've got some sound about Emmett Mosley, the fifth, and how he's doing so far in a Longhorn uniform. But let's just start with Sark's opening statement from yesterday, Buck, talking about the first few days of practice, what the Longhorns have been working on, and what's still to come over these next few weeks.
Yesterday was half pads. Today was our first day in full pads, and we pushed the guys. It was a long, hard practice in the heat. I thought we responded, really well with a lot of different aspects of the game that we've gotten ourselves into. We're through a lot of the first, second down work. Done plenty of third down work, and we just started the red zone today. So situational football is alive and well for us as we'll continue to grow and not just installing plays, but learning how to play the game the way we want to play it. So, really challenging the guys on their mental toughness and what that takes and what that entails. That's a reason we practice in the afternoons because I think that does help develop that mental toughness when fatigue sets in, can we remain focused? Can we still be attentive to the details? Can we play a consistent brand of football when fatigue sets in, when it's hot, and when we're in the fourth quarter of practice? So that was a good start for us today.
Yeah, you want to be able to keep your wits about you when everything else around you fails, and that generally is your physicality and your enthusiasm. Your enthusiasm will wane during the course of a hot practice. You can only be rah-rah so long. And when you got those pads on, the coach still expects you to have a certain amount of enthusiasm when you're on the football field. That shit is hard when it's 150 inside of that uniform,
Yeah.
You can clap and do all the things you want to for a while, but after a while you're bent over and trying to get your breath. And they want to make sure that you're still understanding that you got to be focused on what's at hand. This is where the snap counts and things like that, BK, those things that seem like they're simple. This is where they matter in a game when it's in the fourth quarter, or when things are tight and it's hot and you're a little bit tired, but you lose your focus for 1 second. You get from the huddle to the offensive line, and then you forget. So what was the snap count? Did he say 2, 3? Did he say on the first hut? What was it? That's when you start guessing. That's when you fall behind. That's when a guy is just off by a step or too quick for a step, and it's where your team pays. So these are the dog days where you got to pay attention to the fundamentals. Fundamentals are just what just happened in the huddle 5 seconds ago. It starts right there. But as I said, coaches want to see enthusiasm in the second part of your practice. They don't want practice to be quiet. Why is it so quiet out here? What's up with you guys? You tired? It sounds like you're tired. I'm not hearing very much, like nice catch, good play. They want to hear all of that stuff.
Yeah, and I don't know what the weather's going to look like in Columbus on August 30th at 11 a.m., but we do know for the home opener against San Jose State the following week, it's going to be hot. And then the game after that against UTEP, that's a 3:15 kick. That's going to be hot. So it's not only like practicing for mental toughness. It's no, you're going to have to deal with this for the first few Saturdays, at least the first few Saturdays of the season. So we got to make sure that, we're not getting tired after – an hour or two, because these games last 3 to 4 hours. We got to make sure that our guys are trained up and they've got the energy to get through a full 60 minutes on a Saturday against another team.
Yeah, and then they'll put them in, as they go along in pads, you'll be in specialized situations, segments of practice, 3rd and 2, what you need to do, situational football. That's when they want to know, now it's hot. We just decided that we're going to go, hey, we're in the scoring zone. What are we going to do here? Well, they know what they need to do better in the scoring zone. And it can't be, man, I'm tired right now. Let me take off this play. I'll come back the next play. No, that's not how it works.
Yeah, and that's good that Texas does this, right? Maybe this is more of a thing in college, but, and I worked in Houston for a couple of years covering the Texans. They did their training camp outside most of the time, but they did their practices in the morning. So I don't know if that's a college versus pro thing. And the pros are like, yeah, hell no. We're not practicing in the afternoon in Houston, Texas. No chance. But, I'm sure there are a lot of players who would much rather be waking up early and getting out there and avoiding the afternoon heat. But Sark and company are like, no, we need this to get where we need to go. And they've done it the last couple of years. And it's
and I think it's a
hard to
different
argue against the results.
Because I was doing 2-a-day practices. We do a morning session. You go home. I mean, you get off the field after about 2 hours. You then go get yourself a nice meal, go back to where you were in the dorm, get yourself a couple hours sleep, and then your ass was right back out there at, 3 o'clock meetings. So by about 4:15, you were right back on the field again. And it was hot in Texas. That's when it was really hot. So you get that morning session, everybody was lively, ready to go, running around, a little bit of dew on the field out there. We'd be practicing out at the intramural fields, take the bus over to the intramural fields, and then you'd practice, and then you'd go back, and dudes would be knocked out. They'd eat, and then, you couldn't miss a meal. That's one of the things. Guys want to get off that field, get in the shower, and run back and start going to sleep. Well, you'd have a little teeny meeting. You'd have to go back to training table, and you couldn't miss a meal because there was weigh-ins, and people would be waiting for you at the training table. Oh no, dude, you can't miss lunch. You need to put on this amount of pounds, or you need to eat this kind of meal. And they would check you out. And all you wanted to do was go to sleep. You wanted to sleep for 2 hours before you went back for another hour meeting before you went back out on the field. So I don't know I don't know if they do 2-a-days. I think because of the restrictions of time, you may only have one practice a day.
Mm-hmm.
And then you meet, after that practice, you probably will then go to training table for dinner and then have to come back over, for another meeting. Yeah, that's probably what they do. They probably have one session of practice, but your ass is in a lot of meetings.
A lot of meetings going on right now.
And dude, you'd find guys like knocked out at the meetings. That's when you got to pay attention, because that's all the stuff you put in the next day. And if your guy's sleeping and you're trying to put in plays for the next day, and it's always the ones that would be talking to somebody else before the play that you knew, was that dude sleeping in my meeting? I mean, you have to pay attention, because the inputs of the night before were important, and guys would be tired, dude. That's when coaches start screaming and going nuts in there. Because the minute you turn out the lights and put on the film of what the practice was like that day, those lights go out and guys go out. Oh, hell yeah.
You got that thing going, the head bob.
Oh, yeah. You as a coach are standing there with a pointer and you're ready to go out. But the coaches don't go home until like midnight. And during the season, coaches don't go home until 12 o'clock at night, 1 o'clock in the morning, and then turn right back around and come back.
It's a grind for sure.
Oh, God, if you were around John Magovic, it was like, oh, my God. Are we going to meet again? What are we meeting for now, dude? You just went over there 27 times. I got it. I was the worst. I was the worst meeting guy. I would be up in a morning meeting, and that guy would try to stretch a bunch of shit out for another 45 minutes. And I'd be like, dude, I got to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'd be up.
Hang out in there for 30 minutes.
Just walk down the hall, talk to the secretary, say, what's up? And then I'd come back. I never even had to use the bathroom. I just couldn't sit in there and go over the same thing over and over and over. My ADD would kick in. I'm like, I got to get up. I can't do this.
Just needed a break, huh?
I just needed a break from listening to that dude's voice.
Yeah, I feel that. I definitely feel that.
He was great and like Tom Coughlin was the best at meeting just for the sake of meeting. Sometimes you meet. I know you've been around people in your life where they would just meet for the sake of meeting.
Yeah.
I'm like, what are you doing? Well, we always meet at this time. Okay, well, there's nothing to meet about, but we always meet at this time. For what? Just so we can say we met, I guess. I don't know.
Feel like you accomplish something when you get everybody in a room and you meet. And
you
also,
don't. Half the people aren't listening. They're not paying. They're pretending like they're looking at you, but they're not really paying attention.
Back then, you didn't have Zoom or anything either.
And Tom Coughlin wouldn't let you take. When I went with Tom Coughlin, you weren't taking any mental breaks. That dude was constantly, and he was asking coach. I mean, like I said, that guy made me at one time one of the best there was at that position because of how he treated me. He wouldn't let me get away with shit. I mean, it was like, Tom, I need a break. Nope. Bucky, where are you going? Tom, it's lunchtime. We get an hour for lunch. Okay, what time are you coming back? I said, when the hour's up, I'll be back here in the meeting. Well, what about if are you going to be a little bit early? What are you doing for lunch? I don't know. Maybe I want to play racquetball. Maybe I want to go off to see my kids or something. Okay, well, what time will you return? Dude, I got to be back here at 1 o'clock. No, that's when you got to be back. What time are you going to be back?
Yeah.
Okay, how about if I'm back 15 minutes? If I'm back here at 12:45, that's all I need. That's all he needed to know, because he would start the meeting then. I mean, if the meeting was supposed to start at 1, and he found out from everybody they'd be back at 12:45, guess what time the meeting started? 12:45.
Well, it worked. Won a couple of Super Bowls, so whatever he was trying to get you to do mattered.
He helped me out. He taught me an awful lot. He taught me about time-wise, how important time was.
Yeah.
He really did. I mean, his time was important to him. If you were 5 minutes before the meeting's supposed to start, you were 5 minutes late. It was like, damn.
No, he was one of those guys. I hate those guys.
No, he was that guy. He was the king of that guy. Ask the people that played for him with the New York Giants. Now, some of them ended up being better people because of that guy. But if you were a player in the NFL and you had to work around that dude, man.
It's a bad bit. You tell me something starts at 1 o'clock. I'll be there by 1 o'clock. Don't get mad at me for not showing up by 5 till. Like, if you want me there at 12:55, tell me the meeting starts at 12:55 and I'll be
He
there.
wasn't going to do that. He thought you just should know that if it started at 1, you need to be there at 12:45.
How would you know that? How would you know that? How would you know to get there? He says that starts at one time. How would you know to get there way before
Ground control to Major Tom. That's how it was.
Well, again, it worked for him, and I don't know if Sark does all of that, but I don't know. Maybe that'll be the difference in Texas. Maybe that's what Sark needs to do, is get his guys there a few minutes early. Well,
and where I was in different places, Illinois and Boston, temperatures are a little different there in the summertime.
Yeah,
than it is in this place. This place will distract you. This heat will distract you, and the people that are listening to us now that have been high school football players in this, I don't know what I would have done in high school as a player. And I was cruising through as it was, and I was a good athlete. I was like, I couldn't even imagine playing football in this. I played in Pennsylvania, and, and those hot days there, 86 degrees, summertime practice, 2-a-day practices in high school, 86, 84 degrees. If it hit 90, you were going to die. I mean, people have been here. This is every day in the summertime. We didn't have any spring ball. You just practice in the summer.
I mean, perhaps it serves as an advantage for Texas, right? Like, it helps them just build up more stamina. We're talking about these seasons being longer than they've ever been.
Sure.
And all this work that you put in these red hot summer days, it's going to make the fall temps feel like nothing when you get deep into the season. So
some bodies work that way, and some bodies that takes a toll in the long. It'll take a toll on you during the course of a long football season. So there's a lot of things you have to do with this heat and do it properly. Whether it's your diet, your hydration, your rest. If you can survive it, but dude, if you're not doing the right things, those are other things that go along with this heat. Where can you get screwed up? It just won't. Your body just says, "Nah, that's it."
Well, it's interesting you bring that up, because one of the biggest storylines from the first week of Texas fall camp, Ryan Wingo practiced on day 1 last Wednesday, but he hasn't been a full participant in any practice since then. And we've heard some insider nuggets, but we got some confirmation from Steve Sarkisian yesterday that Ryan Wingo has missed the last few practices because of dehydration.
Yeah.
And, they called it personal reasons last week, and people said, oh, it's nothing long term. I don't think anybody expected it to linger as long as it has. But, Sark did say yesterday that the plan was for Ryan Wingo to be out on Thursday to be a full participant in tomorrow's practice. So it sounds like he's trending in the right direction.
Which is good.
You talk about that heat taking a toll. I mean, Ryan Wingo went through 1 day of fall camp in this Central Texas heat. And, he's dealing with dehydration now for a week beyond that.
And that ends up screwing up your soft tissue and hamstring pulls and weird stuff like calf muscle pulls and things like that. You have to build up to this. I mean, this isn't one of those, because you're from the state of Texas, you get used to it. You have to go and build to that. You can't do a 1 day or a 2-day deal and say, you know what, I've been in the heat, I'm good to go, I'm ready for the Texas heat. Now, the guys who live here have a real advantage of growing up and doing this since high school. I mean, they've been doing it for a long time. It's not just when they get to college and the strength and conditioning is so different. High school football players in this state, this is what they grow into. They start this crazy shit in Pop Warner, and your parents are worried about you being out there in the heat, and your Pop Warner coach is running around. But there's a lot, as I said, BK, that goes along with it: the nutrition, the hydration, the rest. You may think you're a great athlete, but if you're busy at 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, still on the phone, talking to your girl or watching TV and doing stuff, and you don't get the proper rest, I mean, that comes into play. All that stuff comes into play.
Have you ever heard of that? A guy missing a week of practice for dehydration?
I mean, I've heard of guys who have been dehydrated, but it comes into something else, some other form, some hamstring pull because they're dehydrated. But if he's not hurt, they're going to make sure that he's going to melt in this thing slow. They're not going to take a chance on that particular guy. But that guy, I don't know. Some bodies work different in this stuff, but that guy's now going to his sophomore year. He should know what this heat is about.
Yeah, and he is from St. Louis. It obviously gets warm there, but it doesn't get Texas hot
No,
there.
it doesn't get
So,
Texas, but that's a nasty place too.
yeah, maybe he didn't have that indoctrination into the Texas summer heat that you're talking about. But like that's my fear, right?
He just
And
told me
I
he
haven't,
spent so much time doing camps with kids that he didn't have himself prepared. That he was running around, thought he was the jog with the kids was going to do it. That's not the same.
right. Yeah, my fear is the dehydration. Like I believe that's what's going on, but my fear
Sure.
is, like you said, it's turned into something that the staff's not telling us about.
Right.
And look, maybe if there was a game this weekend, Ryan Wingo would be able to go, and they're just slow playing him back because, well, we still have 24 days until kickoff. But that's my fears, like, because I've never been that dehydrated, and I've never heard of anybody that dehydrated to where they have to miss like a week of something.
Well,
So
believe me,
again,
your strength and conditioning and your nutrition, your nutritionists, they're not happy with that. That's stuff that you should have been working on to build up to be able to do this. So somebody's going to get the finger pointed at them for not having something done, and most likely it's the player.
right. Yeah, it feels weird to say I hope it's dehydration, but like I hope it's just dehydration. Obviously, I wish Ryan Wingo was perfectly fine and he wasn't dealing with any of this, and I'm sure he does too. But yeah, I hope this is just a dehydration thing and they're being overly cautious versus, I don't know, something is kind of seriously wrong with what should be this team's number one wide receiver.
Sure, and that's why they have these weigh-ins before you go back out. That weight fluctuation. You go out there and on a given day and you lose 9 pounds out there. At practice, they get all screwed up about that. They tell you how much you need to eat, how much you need to come back weighing in. You can't lose 9 pounds at one session, BK. Come back, have your dinner, gain 2 pounds, and the next day you lose 9 more. I mean, it just they look at it like that. They go crazy about your weight loss too, because that leads all it to your body breaking down too. So there's a bunch that goes along with playing football in this heat. I mean, playing football even without the heat. I mean, you got to take care of your body. It wears you down. That's why those no padded practices are important. There's certain things even with no pads on that you have to do. Those aren't just wasted practices. Those are big time practices. And now when you got the pads, when it's the real deal, boy, you got tons of pickle juice. Love that. I never drank that shit ever. Ugh.
Give him some pickle shots out there on the sideline.
I just drank out of the hose. I just insert a hose into my mouth and hey,
easy on that, Venables.
Hey, orange slices, all that good stuff.
Be sucking down hoses, Venables. We don't do that stuff south of the Red River.
We don't do that here. We don't do that sucking through a hose.
No, that's not our thing.
Well, I hope he's okay. I hope,
Yeah, I do too. And hopefully he's back out there. Again, Steve Sarkisian said yesterday that the hope and the plan is for Ryan Wingo to be a full participant in tomorrow's practice. So sounds like he's trending in the right direction. But
he's
kind
playing
of
a position. All they do is run.
Oh, yeah, your conditioning is important at that spot, especially right now. So, all right, we'll get back into this. We got more sound from Sark, including his thoughts on the Andre Kojo injury. We get confirmation of that, also what happened, and also what Texas's plans are moving forward on the right side of the offensive line. But before we let you hear more from Coach Sark, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, head on over to Relax Back and check out the zero gravity recliners and the select office chairs that they have available for you right now. Got great sales, great prices on those items. And if you've got problems with your lower back, your thoracic back, or your shoulders, please head over to Relax Back. All the accessories that you're looking for, and they've got something just for you. And if you really care about somebody and they're talking to you about, dadgummit, my back still is sore over the course of the summer, it's still been bothering me, take them over to Relax Back. There's something that's going to make them feel a lot better, like this office chair that I've been in for over 20 years. Love this chair. They got 2 great locations in BK's at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and both in the North Austin area at the Gateway Shopping Center right across from the container store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back. I was using my vibrating ball yesterday.
There we go.
Yeah, man. I think it
finish?
feels good under my hamstrings. I don't want to pull a hammy out there taking those big swings.
Did you finish?
I finished.
Wow.
I love that. I love the vibrating ball for my hammies after I make the big swings on, since I moved up at the tee box, I seem to swing a little bit harder for some reason. I don't know why, but I'm taking some massive cuts. To some, it would look like a massive cut. It's just that it looks like an old Arnold Palmer when he used to swing.
You're trying to drive the green.
By the way, I birdied yesterday, boys.
There we go.
And had a birdie in a couple rounds. But now that I moved up at the tee box and getting on the greens in regulation, got on in a par 4, smooth 30-foot putt for birdie.
How about that?
Get yourself some of that.
When's the last time you've had a birdie without strokes?
Paulie counts. He counts. He says, it's been about 6 rounds that you haven't had a birdie without one of your little strokes. I said, well, get used to it, boys. Now that I'm moved up, I'll be getting to the greens and regulations. We're going to make a lot more putts now.
Taking a lot more money from your buddies these days, huh?
It didn't mean I shot any better yesterday. I had a couple of triples.
No. Give it all back on the next hole.
You know why? Soft tissue injuries because I was dehydrated, probably.
There you go. You and Ryan Wingo are one in the same.
Yeah, I'm just hoping, knock on wood, dude, that guy does not have any soft tissue problems.
Yeah, definitely. I hope it doesn't turn into anything else. No. And you hope, again, the coaches are just using an abundance of caution here with Ryan Wingo. Speaking of hydration, you know what I had yesterday in New York City?
Altstadt Beer.
No Altstadt Beer.
Schlitz malt liquor.
No Schlitz malt liquor. Come on, we are the show of the liquid.
Liquid. You had an OLIPOP?
Had an OLIPOP.
Sweet. They're everywhere, man.
They're everywhere. How about a classic root beer OLIPOP? I took a train into the city yesterday, and I had some time to kill, so I went into a Starbucks to get some work done. And this is like 5, 6 o'clock at night. I'm like, I don't want a coffee right now.
Yeah, man.
I don't want a coffee right now. I'll be up all night if I drink one of these. So I look in there. Sure enough, they had a couple of different OLIPOP flavors right there under the register. And I just grabbed me a classic root beer, and I said, I'll take one of these. And boom. So even in New York City, they got it right. OLIPOP.
Told them to keep the $8 coffee, huh?
Yeah, told them to keep the $8 coffee, exactly. And I was wearing this exact hat, this beautiful Sue Patrick Texas Longhorn hat that I'm rocking right now. And one of the, what do they call those dudes? Baristos?
Baristas.
Is it barista for a woman and baristo for a guy? Or are they all?
Barista dude.
Barista dude. Yeah, there was 3 barista dudes behind the counter yesterday.
Really?
And, some may call them manservants, but we'll call them baristas.
They're similar to manservants. Nobody in there baking it or anything?
Nobody was getting baked.
No WNBA ladies in there flipping burgers or anything?
I didn't see. I don't think they're selling burgers at Starbucks these days. But
no, they just do ham and cheese croissants.
They do have those croissants. They do have biscuits. They do have those little pastries that they sell.
Little egg bites. I'm good with the little egg bites.
I don't know if I've ever had food at Starbucks before. I think I've only bought coffee from there like 5 times. Because remember, I've only been a coffee drinker for like a year. So I don't have a bunch of experience in this line of work. But I definitely have not had food at Starbucks in my life.
If you're just a newbie to the coffee, the text line, the Coda text line is going to start hitting you with, there are some great coffee shops in the Austin area. You don't have to go to Starbucks. But I'm hooked. I'm a Starbucks. I'm brand loyal when it comes to that. I don't go to Seattle's Best or anything. I just don't. I very seldom. Now, if I go someplace if I'm going to Jim's, I'll have a cup of coffee from Jim's because that's quality. That's real quality coffee there.
I love how you talk about not being local, and then you're like, yeah, I'm not a Seattle's Best guy. Like, that's your example of a local coffee company?
They have – I forget some of the coffee shops they have here.
There's a million of them.
They said there's a bunch of coffee shops that are way better than Starbucks. But I don't know. I got hooked on Starbucks when I started making those trips, BK, on the cruises when I went to Seattle. You know, the place where they have a Starbucks on every corner.
Mm-hmm.
Their coffee's just a little stronger. I like strong coffee.
Yeah.
But I don't drink black coffee.
I wasn't doing it.
It goes right through me. I go right to the shitter. I can't drink black coffee.
I can't handle the black coffee. I'm an iced coffee guy these days. That's my preference. I don't think it tastes as bad as whatever you're drinking. I don't like the taste of any of it, to be honest with you. I just drink it for the caffeine. I feel like that's what most people do. But to me, iced coffee is a little bit more palatable than. Anyways, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about OLIPOP. Shout out
Yeah,
to
man.
OLIPOP. They've got it all over the place. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. And you can even get it at Starbucks right now, too. Plus, all your favorite grocery stores and convenience stores all over the country. This stuff's growing like crazy with good reason. If you haven't tried OLIPOP, you are missing out. Get you some OLIPOP. Okay, real quick on the Sue Patrick hat with the barista dude.
Yeah.
So I'm wearing this, and they're about to close. This is in the 6:00 hour, and I think they close at 7 Eastern time.
Yes.
And one of the guys working behind the counter is like, "Oh, are you from Austin?" I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Nice. I'm from College Station." I'm like, "Oh no, did you go to A&M?" He's like, "Shit, no. Those people are weird." And I was like, "Yeah, you're damn right. It's the best decision you've ever made." And we both started cracking up. Got a little nervous there. He's like, "I'm from College Station." I'm like, "Oh, am I going to have to get into like a 15-minute Longhorn Aggie debate here with some jabroni who likes to hook up with farm animals?" And instead we were in cahoots. We were both like, "Yeah, no, that's a cult out there. We don't play that game." So shout out to that barista dude, and shout out to OLIPOP as
Yeah, baby.
well.
Love
All
that
right.
OLIPOP.
Good
Love the
stuff.
OLIPOP.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. More sound from the coach here, Buck.
Okay.
We've got Steve Sarkisian talking about Andre Kojo. Of course, this was the news that broke on Monday afternoon. We talked about it on yesterday morning's show. Texas right tackle Andre Kojo will miss the entirety of the 2025 season after suffering a knee injury in practice over the weekend. Here is Steve Sarkisian confirming that. And he was also asked about the transfer portal, right? Like, hey, last year, 9 days before the season, you went out and got a running back. Could you potentially do that on the offensive line to give you another body in there? Here was Sark's response to both of those questions.
Andre sustained a season-ending injury, and hate that for him. He'd been working hard to get himself in a competitive state, and so we'll get him healthy. We'll support him just like we've done a lot of other guys who have had injuries in the past. At this point, to try to go in the portal and find a tackle. I might as well go to the co-op. I might have a better shot over there. So no, I'm not going to try to do that.
Yeah, he's just not going to get a warm body. I mean, you know why? Because he's not going to find a warm body right now. Those dudes are gone, or they're staying where they are. They're not leaving any place.
Yeah, those guys are hard to find, and those guys are expensive too.
Yeah.
And they usually go early once they hit the portal. So, I mean, that's a premium position.
Once again, as you said, hey, if you're doing it with the defensive lineman, better start getting used to doing it with two on the other side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they will, because once again, as we said last year, when they got the running backs hurt, or when the running backs got hurt, they didn't get them hurt. But when they got hurt, I said they'll never be in this situation again. They'll have a room full of running backs. They'll have 8 deep if they have to, but they can never get caught like that again. No matter if it's an accident, if it's just coincidence, you never can let it happen to you twice, because once it happens to you twice, then that's on you. And so they'll have the same for the offensive line, BK. They'll go out and they'll probably get 2 next year.
Yeah.
And have them ready to go. They're not going to, they can't, as I said, and it's just circumstance that those things happening. It's football.
We'll see how this season goes, right? Like, sure. Good coaches learn from their mistakes, but it's too early to call this a mistake right now, right? Because maybe Texas ends up being perfectly fine on the offensive line. Like, nobody else gets hurt.
Perfectly healthy. Nothing else happens.
Nobody else gets hurt. The guys that they have are good enough to get Texas back into the college football playoff and hopefully bring home a national championship. And then it's like, oh, well, they didn't make a mistake. Yeah, it sucks for Andre Kojo that he got hurt, but it didn't impact anything that Texas did in 2025. Sure. But obviously, if a couple of other guys get hurt, you don't have the depth, your offensive line play struggles, then you're probably talking about next offseason. Even though you continue to recruit well at that spot and bring in multiple bodies every year, you're probably talking about, okay, just in case, let's go add a veteran body. So we don't have to worry about numbers just a couple of weeks before the season starts.
Absolutely.
So what are the plans, Steve Sarkisian? He said they're not going to go to the transfer portal. I think he said You can't find anybody at Sue Patrick. We don't talk about that other place
No, we
on this
don't.
show.
Yeah, you can find them at Sue Patrick because they got free parking there.
Yeah, they do. People
They're not
love
going
free
to lose.
parking.
They're not going to get dehydrated when they leave the parking lot to go into Sue Patrick and get their gear. So
No,
it's all going to work out for them.
You're right. You don't have to spend 45 minutes finding a paid spot if you go to Sue Patrick. You don't have to worry about textbooks in there, too. They don't sell that weird stuff there.
Yeah, but be careful if you go to Sue Patrick and you're waiting for Austin Diner to open up because the chef may not show up on time.
Yeah, that is a real thing that happened to you once. That's
and we can't let that happen. And it hasn't happened to me again because I haven't gone back in there.
I'm not sure what the point of a restaurant opening is if there's nobody to cook the food.
Especially at breakfast. It's called the Austin Diner is a breakfast, oriented place. Now, I know they do lunch and dinner, but it's supposed to be early breakfast, your eggs, your bacon, all that kind of stuff. And if the chef doesn't show up at 6:30, what kind of breakfast place is that?
I don't know. It's not one, honestly.
Hey, he's taking the bus in. Maybe his bus got late.
They only have one chef. Does nobody else go there besides you? How do they not have multiple people cooking up food? It's a breakfast place. Don't they need people cooking breakfast?
The lady that was serving ended up being back there the one morning I saw. She was back there getting my grits together. I'm like, damn, you're going to work the counter and back there scrambling them eggs? Let her cook. Let her
cook. Get her in the WNBA. Let her cook.
Yeah, I wasn't. That'd been one of my places. But then sometimes when stuff starts to go downhill, then I'll quit. That's why I'll never quit gyms. Because no matter what you think, the service will always be the same at gyms.
There you go.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what you're getting every time you step into a gym's restaurant.
I absolutely do know what I'm getting when I walk into that place.
For better and for worse. All right. So no transfer portal right tackle. What are the plans for Texas at right tackle moving forward? Here's Steve Sarkisian.
Yeah, we're looking at different options and different people. Brandon's a heck of a player. We're excited about him, but we've moved Brandon around some too. Again, we've never tried to be just a one-dimensional group, especially early on the first couple weeks of training camp. We're always mixing people around because I don't know what might happen in week 4 of the season, or week 8, or week 12, or week 15. This is a long, long way to go. So we got to keep developing our people. And we've got plenty of good people in that room, and we'll be okay.
Well, that's what I like to hear. We got plenty of good people in that room. We've really recruited well. We developed pretty well, so we'll be just fine. They'll be cross-trained, and somebody that may have been a guard at one time ends up being a tackle. Or the guy who's the starting guard ends up being a tackle, and you find a replacement when you got help with the center to help out a guard. That's just what they do.
You could say that you're fine, but until I see it, I'm not sure I'm going to believe it. And
well, hell, you're not fine with the way they ran the ball, period. So now you're making moves before it even starts.
Well, I'll say this. I feel really good about Brandon Baker. I think he's going to be a great player at Texas, and I think he's going to be a great player this year. I know he's only going into year 2. I know he hasn't started a game in college football, but former 5-star recruit. I'm hearing really good things about him. I was told that he's gotten better in every single practice since he's gotten to Texas. So I've heard positive remarks about Brandon Baker that lead me to believe that he is going to be a solid piece on the right side of the Texas offense.
He's got to have backups, that's all.
That's what I'm worried about, right? Like, what happens if something happens to Brandon Baker or to Trevor Gooseby on the left side of the offensive line? Like, you don't have a whole lot of depth at left tackle either. Tackle is one of your slimmest positions on the team. Obviously, not talking about weight here, but like that's, if something happens to Gooseby or Brandon Baker or even one of the backups right now, like a Nick Brooks or a Jaden Chapman, then you really start to panic. So it's tough, Buck. We had the same conversation with the running backs last year.
Yes.
You lose C.J. Baxter, you lose Christian Clark in what felt like a 2 or 3 day span, and everyone's talking about wrapping the running backs in bubble wrap, right? Like, we can't afford any more to get hurt, so we've got to protect them for the rest of camp, and we got to put them in green non-contact jerseys and this, that, and the other. And this year, it's like your first game is against Ohio State. So you can't just say, well, we're not going to put our offensive linemen in pads or we're going to wrap our tackles in bubble wrap, because you got to prepare for one of the best defenses in college football. You got to make sure your 2 new tackles are ready for that game. But
Yeah, you just
also, on
gotta
the other
limit.
hand,
There's some things you have to limit, BK, and it's just
yeah,
a part of it. Too bad. Certain things that you want to do with your offensive line versus your defensive line, you got to be very careful of some of the one-on-ones and some of the 3-on-3 type of things that you do, because you can't afford to get another guy hurt. So it's not wrapping them in bubble wrap, but sometimes you just have to back off of certain things that you want to do, and you're only in the week 2.
right? I mean,
You're in
we've
the
had
week 2, and you
we've
just
had
got in
one,
pads, and you're talking
yeah,
about limiting some of the things you have to do. Well, it doesn't matter the things you have to do if you can't get to the game, and
right,
you're putting in some walk on at tackle. It doesn't do you any good if your guys can't make it to the game. Yeah, so coaches start thinking of some creative ways to limit certain ways of contact. And you're right, you're going against Ohio State. If you don't have enough contact by the time you get there, somebody's going to get their dicks in the dirt, and that's not going to be good for your team. But you also got to be able to show up at that game with with some uniformed guys that may be able to just get in the way. So it's a fine line, and the offensive line coach and the defensive line coach and the defensive coordinator and the offensive coordinator have to come together, and they have to limit some of the stuff that they do at practice. It may look like you're taking off, and to the players, it looks like you're backing away, but you got to be smart about that too. You have to show up with a team.
It is a precarious situation for the
It
coaches
is.
because they know it.
Everybody goes through it. Everybody, there's not many years that teams go through it where, nobody gets hurt at summertime practice or spring ball. You did some things in spring, that you may have to go back to that you didn't want to do in the fall. You want to get more involved in the fall, but you may have to go back to some things you did in the spring and go that direction a little bit, and have less contact. Too bad you're playing Ohio State because they don't give a shit.
No, not at all. Not at all. And, for Texas, you look at their back. You look at their backup.
There's going to feel bad for Texas.
No, of course not. I mean, that's part of the game. Injuries are part of the game, and everyone's got to deal with them. And, you hope they don't happen to your best players, and you hope they don't happen at premium positions. And look, the good news here is we are talking about a backup, right? Like, you don't want anybody to get hurt. That goes without saying. But we're not talking about like a key starter, one of Texas's best players. I know Andre Kojo was competing to be the starting right tackle, but most people believe that he was going to lose that job to Brandon Baker. So if you are going to lose anybody, maybe you'd pick like a walk-on, offense to the walk-ons, but it could be a lot worse for Texas. The injuries are a part of the game. You've got to deal with them. But here's the reality of the situation, Buck. You look at the scholarship tackles on Texas's roster right now, and this does not include your 2 projected starters with Trevor Gooseby and Brandon Baker. You only have 1 scholarship tackle with more than 1 semester of college experience, and that's Jaden Chapman, who's going into his 3rd year, but a guy who's cross-trained between guard and tackle. So he's not even a full-time tackle. At least he hasn't been over his first 2 seasons. So, you've got Nick Brooks, the freshman early enrollee, who had a great spring, and it sounds like he's going to be a hell of a player at Texas. You brought in Devin Coleman, another 4-star freshman in this class, who was not here for the spring. So he's behind the 8 ball. So you have other scholarship tackles, but in terms of forget starting experience, in terms of playing in a college football game, you don't have that beyond just a couple of guys right now.
Yeah, because you get those guys and you start to really limit your offense and what you can do. That's what sucks for a guy like Sark. He wants to let them all hang out. You know what I'm saying? In game 1 against Ohio State, and if you have to limit yourself because you don't have enough linemen, that will suck for you because you need everything you got in the bag.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's an important position, of course, and. People are already questioning the Texas starting offensive line, and that's I think the biggest question mark for most Longhorn fans out there. And now we're not sure about the starting 5, and you really wonder about what you have behind the starting 5, and you're already having these questions. The injury happened before your first padded practice.
Guys will get better by the day. They don't have a choice. You don't have a choice. They don't have a choice. You have to move on. But as I said, you can't. There's some things you have to limit yourself to when it comes to contact, but Sark is not going to want to limit his offense. Sorry.
No.
So the offensive line coach better find some guys that can do it without screwing it up. Because that head coach who calls the plays, that guy's going to let it all out against Ohio State. He's not going to limit his team unless they're just kicking the shit out of Ohio State with some fundamentally, really good kind of plays. And he doesn't have to reach into his bag. But I got a feeling you're going to have to reach into your bag and get everything you can to beat that team.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And look, you hear all these stories about the defense being ahead of the offense to this point in training camp. So Sark's considering that too. It's like we got to get our offense up to speed here. We've got more to replace on that side of the football than the defense does. So, yeah, this is a huge game, week 1. It's not just 1 of 12. This one means a little bit more. Hopefully the SEC doesn't sue me for using their slogan here. But, yeah, you got to be buttoned up and ready to go. And, again, it's a precarious situation, a tough predicament, however you want to describe it, because the coach wants to go 100% in practice to make sure his team is 100% for week 1.
They all want to go 100%, yeah.
But it's, you cannot afford, like Trevor Gooseby, Brandon Baker, I'll throw Nick Brooks in there too, because I think he's your third tackle right now, even though he is a true freshman. You cannot afford an injury to one of those 3 guys, because, one more offensive tackle goes down, then like that's enough to cost you a championship right there. So you got to keep those guys healthy.
That goes the same for the receiver room. When you're talking about guys like Wingo, you can't afford that guy not to be ready. So you're gonna soft shoe it a little bit from this point on. If that guy's missing days of practice after 1 day in the heat, and no matter whose fault it is, if it's his fault or whatever, you got to be careful. That guy has to show up for you in game 1, and he's got to be healthy and ready to go. He can't be pulling muscles or personal reasons or whatever. You got to have all your best ready to go. The best that you have to be ready in game 1.
I don't disagree with that, but like you're just deeper at wide receiver than you are at offensive tackle. So, like, of course, you want Ryan Wingo out there. He gives you the best chance to beat Ohio State. But just in terms of like, you can sustain an injury in that wide receiver room easier than you could sustain an injury to that offensive tackle room. That's just the way the Boster's built right now.
No, you can't have any those guys that are cross training. You can't have any offensive linemen go down. Period.
Right. Yeah.
You need them
especially right now. So there you go. By the way, good news in terms of the offensive line. DJ Campbell is back at practice. Remember, he, like Ryan Wingo, missed a couple of days last week with what were called personal reasons. I did hear some rumblings about a mild concussion, or at least concussion-like symptoms for DJ Campbell. I don't know if that was confirmed or anything, but DJ Campbell was back at practice, so all good there. Jonah Williams is out there as well. Remember, he missed the start of fall camp last week dealing with that lingering hamstring injury that plagued him during the baseball season, but he's out there going full speed right now, and apparently he's looking good, and apparently he's also getting some run with the returners. I don't expect him to win that job. You've got DeAndre Moore, you've got Trey Wisner, you've got Ryan Niblett. Those are all guys who have been on campus for a couple of years, and they probably have more trust of Jeff Banks and this coaching staff right now. But, Jonah Williams, one of those freshman athletes who, he plays at a position that Texas is incredibly deep at safety. So it's like it's hard to just find obvious situations for him to play on defense. But he's just such a supreme talent. It's like, how can we get him on the field? I think he'll play on special teams regardless of if he's the returner or not. But he was an elite return man at Ball High School in Galveston, and it sounds like they're at least putting him out there to see what he's capable of doing.
Yeah, I would think that guy in a pinch, if he ever needed to move to wide receiver, if you're so loaded, that guy would go over and start catching balls. You'd be looking at him going, you know what? That guy can move. I mean, he's that kind of athlete. He looks like that kind of athlete. Being an outfielder, I bet you he can go get it.
He could probably play 4 or 5 different positions on the team, honestly. I mean, that guy is a freak out there. And, big things are expected of him. And it's good that he is back out there practicing. So there's your sort of injury update from
and Williams
Steve Sarkisian.
And the other guy who got hurt in the secondary is the safety. He's back. Derek
Williams. Yeah. He's out there. He's been practicing.
Looking good, huh?
Yeah, it sounds like he's pretty much a full participant right now. He's in that CJ Baxter category where it's like you feel like they're probably going to be ready to go for game one, but do you push him for
Yeah,
game
you don't want
one?
to overwork that. You don't want to overwork a knee either.
Right, or do you just because he suffered a similar injury to C.J. Baxter, but Baxter's was during fall camp. Derek
Yep.
Williams's was during the Oklahoma game last year, so that was in October. So he's a little bit behind in terms of the timeline in the recovery. Now it sounds like Derek Williams may be a little bit ahead of C.J. Baxter. At least that's what it sounded like going into camp. But yeah, both of those guys, it's like I think they could play against Ohio State, but you wonder if Texas feels good enough about their other running backs and their other safeties that they can go win that game in the shoe without those guys being huge factors. And they just kind of focus on making sure they're ready to go for SEC play in October, starting with that game at Florida. So we'll see. We'll obviously get more clarity as we get closer to August 30th. All right, we've got more sound from the coach to get into. We also have some Jerry Jones audio in hour two. He was asked about Micah Parsons, and, well, he did not give the most promising updates to Cowboys fans. So we'll get into that. Plus, I'm going to need some more advice from the people on today's show. A lot more football and a lot more fun to dive into in the 8 o'clock hour. But before we get into any of that, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
So our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, folks, let's make sure that air conditioning is working properly. You need that to happen for you, even through the next couple months here. Make sure that your air conditioning is right where you want it to be. Not higher, not lower, but just exactly where you want it to be. And at Woods Comfort System, their technicians will get out to your home and make sure they check everything out, make sure the filters are clean and ready also for winter months that are coming up. Make sure you get your home winterized and ready to go. They've been doing it close to 70 years in Central Texas, air conditioning, heating, and also plumbing. If you got a problem with your plumbing system, call on Woods Comfort Systems. They are the very best.
Yes, indeed. WoodsComfortSystems.com is the website to find them, or you can give them a call, 512-842-5066. Now a word from our buddy Tom McKay and the kid over at AV Consultations.
Now, stepping up to the plate is a household name, weighing in at roughly 115 pounds with a wingspan of 98 inches. It's Samsung.
Kid, I know it's baseball season, but this isn't what I meant when I said to incorporate sports into the company commercial.
Sorry, old man. I just want everyone to know that audiovisual consultations can make your home feel like a stadium.
That's true. Audiovisual provides stadium surround sound, huge screen video, controlled lighting, and even temperature control. On our roster, every customer is an MVP.
Sounds like audiovisual knows how to score a home run with our customers.
All right, kid, that's enough with the baseball puns.
But I'm trying to tell everyone that audiovisual is a real catch. You'll glove our services.
Kid?
There's nothing coming out of left field when you give us a call. We won't break your balls.
Kid, we only have a minute.
Pitch, please. I don't need your batitude right now.
Rest assured, listeners, audiovisual is much better at installing and designing custom home theaters than we are at making jokes.
Just check our stats. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
Appreciate that. And folks, Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. So when it comes times where it's ankles, knees, hips, the whole works. And if you have to have, of course, joint replacement, call on Texas Orthopedics. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. And quick shout out to centextickets.com. If you are looking for tickets to that Texas-Ohio State game, how about a 10% discount? Oh,
nice.
Yeah. Our friends at Centex Tickets are hooking you up. All you have to do is head over to their website, centextickets.com. You can log on from your phone or computer. You type in the promo code CENTEX10 at checkout, and just like that, you're going to get 10% off of your purchase. And that's not only for the Ohio State game. That's for any Longhorn football game all season long. They are your place to go, your one-stop shop for all of your Texas tickets all year long. CentexTickets.com. And again, the promo code CENTEX10. All right. More sound. I want to play one more from Steve Sarkisian here. Let's talk about the quarterbacks here, Buck. Everybody wants to talk about Arch Manning, and everyone wants updates about how that quarterback room is doing. Sark was asked about how the quarterbacks are doing when it comes to taking care of the football. One of the big takeaways from the first week of Texas fall camp has been the takeaways. Every insider report that I've read and every person that I've talked to that has been to these practices or that is talking to people who have been to these practices, they're talking about just how many takeaways this defense has had so far. And maybe that shouldn't come as much of a surprise. I mean, we are talking about a Longhorn defense that was tied for the nation's lead in interceptions last year. It is a very, very talented bunch. But on the contrary, you're happy about the defense taking the ball away. You're also wondering, okay, what's going on with the quarterbacks if there are this many interceptions happening in practice? Here was Steve Sarkisian asked about the job that QBs are doing protecting the football.
We've been good. I felt like yesterday was probably not our best practice of taking care of the ball. Now we've obviously got some guys that we've been working hard on defense about playing the ball even better than we have in the past. And I think in the last 2 days, Manny Muhammad's had a couple picks, which have been really good plays. Jelani McDonald had a nice play today. Warren Roberson. So we're playing the ball, in my opinion, better in the air than we have in the past. It's one thing to guard your man. It's another to play the ball. And I think we're talented enough to play the ball, and we've been making that a huge emphasis. But I don't think it's for, yesterday I thought there was maybe a couple poor decisions. It's not for lack of poor decisions. I think sometimes it's guys making really good plays, and that's what competitive practices are all about.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds good from both sides, really.
Yeah, I mean, Sark crediting the defense more than discrediting his quarterbacks, right? He's like, we're
he's not going to do
guys.
very much of that. He's not going to do a lot of that.
I think, I put sometimes too much stock into the inflection of people's voices. And usually when a guy or a girl like raises the octave of their voice, it means they're probably not telling you the truth. So I'm just going to play the start of this again.
We've been good. I felt like yesterday.
We've been good. Like it.
Like in the past, we were good. We've been good.
Yeah, like I don't
3
think
days ago
like,
we were good, but we're not so hot right now.
I don't think you should panic or anything. I think Arch is fine. I think the quarterback's room is going to be fine. But I think Steve Sarkisian, like again, he's not going to bash his players ever. So like to hear him take the path that he took, and again talk about how that's a focal point for our defense, and we're teaching our guys that. So we're glad that teaching is working. That doesn't surprise me. But I think deep down, Steve Sarkisian is not real thrilled with the amount of interceptions.
That dude wants to win the battles at practice for his offense. As much as the defense, you want to hear about, the defense is ahead of the offense. That's how it is early. He doesn't want to hear that shit. He never wants to hear his offense is behind the defense. Yeah. And he wants to win every day with his offense, beating the guys on defense. He will settle for that more so than, the defense starts out quick and then we catch up to him. No, he wants to win the battles every day offensively.
Yeah.
And it doesn't sound like it's been happening. That's all.
He's an offensive coach, but also he's a quarterback by nature. So like he knows what good quarterback play looks like, and he expects a lot from his quarterbacks, and he doesn't want his quarterback starting the football over. I think that's pretty obvious.
That dude knows what he has on defense. He's seen it for 2 years. He doesn't quite know what he has right now on offense. He hasn't gotten to where he's comfortable with what they're doing offensively. That does take a little bit of time. And when you're talking about, losing guys and this, he wants to go out there, roll out the ball, and his offense makes the defense look bad at practice.
Yeah, and I think over the next 3 weeks, naturally the offense is going to get up to speed, and they are going to catch up, and they're going to start having better days, and they're going to start winning days at practice. I think that's, again, we talk about it all the time. It usually takes the offense a little bit longer to get everything in gear than it does the defense, and then you throw in everything that the Longhorns lost from last year's offense, so it all makes sense.
It doesn't matter, BK. He doesn't care about who's in there at guard or tackle or whatever. He doesn't want his offensive lineman getting knocked into the backfield by guys on defense. That's not what he wants. That's not what he's going to be about. He's not going to say, great job by the defense. He doesn't want to keep preaching that. He wants to know that his offensive line is moving the ball on first and second down, running the ball, and having success do it against a really good defense. He wants right. Like you said, he's an offensive minded coach. That's the way that works.
Yeah. All right. I lied.
He also is the head coach, so he liked to have it both ways, but I know he wants to have it more his way than the other way.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Texas fans are hoping this is even better than what it was last season, and they're hoping the quarterback play is even better than what it was last season. Sure. So you want to hear positive reports about Arch Manning and the entire quarterback room, and there's been plenty. I mean, Arch, for the most part, has done a great job during camp. But again, that has been a big storyline is the defense taking the ball away. So obviously you don't complain about that. But, you want to make sure that your offense is doing a good enough job with ball security, especially,
Yes.
getting ready for who you have to play in week one, because we know how important a turnover can be in a game like that. All right, one more here from Steve Sarkisian. I lied. How about Emmett Mosley? While we're talking about the offense, Emmett Mosley, the fifth, the Stanford transfer. Steve Sarkisian gave a pretty lengthy answer yesterday when he was asked about Mosley's first week of practice on the 40 acres and how he's assimilating himself into this Texas offense. Nothing but high praise from the head coach.
Emmett, I'm impressed with. He is a bigger guy than you think. Even for me, I have to remind myself he's 210 pounds. Okay, and so the fact that he's very smart, he's got extremely strong hands, and he's probably faster than I think too. Everything about him is probably better than you would think. We're fortunate with him. The system that he played in at Stanford, I think, helps him in his transition with us because there's similarities to the way it was taught conceptually. I think I spoke about this last time, as opposed to maybe Matt Golden. When Matt came to us from Houston, Matt was coming from an air raid system. Totally different way, the way that they teach the offense and the way that you learn a system. And every system's different, right? But when it's like, you live in the U.S. and then somebody drops you off in France and you got to learn French on the fly, that's tough. That's tough to do. As opposed to somebody who maybe is living in Canada and then moves to the U.S., it's not that big of a difference. They probably got some similarities. So Emmett, it's probably a little easier for him than maybe it was for Matt when Matt first got here.
You
Coach
got that?
Sark, international traveler, Steve Sarkisian, huh? How about that? Talking about France and Canada and speaking French, and he was all over the place with that one.
All he had to do is use College Station in Austin. That'd have been enough. Or Lubbock and Austin. That's plenty.
There's a bigger change between Lubbock and Austin than there is between France and America, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, at the beginning, to me, almost sounded like Steve Sarkisian was describing a white guy. Like, oh, he's faster than you think. He's a better athlete than you think. It's like, oh. But look, people don't know a lot about Emmett Mosley the fifth, and Steve Sarkisian. I don't know how many times he saw Emmett Mosley in person before he actually got to campus. So he is one of the biggest receivers on Texas's team. He's 6'2", 210. I think he is the third heaviest of Texas's receivers. Wingo's 214, and then the freshman Michael Terry the third is about 215, 216 right now. So he's a big body at 6'2", 210. And you think about. I like the Matthew Golden comparison, and that gets me excited, right? Because Matthew Golden learned a completely new offense, and we all know how good he was last year. He was Texas's best receiver by a mile and ended up being a first-round pick in the NFL
he
draft.
A lot taller than I thought he was, for sure.
Yeah, and Golden was only 5'11", 6 feet, right? So he didn't quite have – now, I don't know if Emmett Mosley has the speed that Golden has. I think he probably doesn't. But, hearing that, it's like – well, the Golden, he had to learn a bunch of stuff when he got here, but Mosley already has a lot of these terms and a lot of this offense kind of figured out. So
he caught a bunch of balls as a freshman.
And that's going to make the getting up the speed process a hell of a lot easier for Emmett Mosley the fifth. And I was already excited about him going into camp. We heard Chris Jackson say last week, this dude, we brought him here for a reason. He is going to be a factor. And then you hear Steve Sarkisian say, he's bigger than you think. He's faster than you think. He's better at everything than you think. And he can speak French too.
How awesome is that?
That's the total package right there, isn't it?
That's awesome.
I think he's been to Canada, or he's going to Canada, or something like that.
And if he had to be dropped off in France somewhere, he'd do just fine.
He would do just fine. Yeah, I'm not great with metaphors here, so I'm not sure I'm following Steve Sarkisian. But no, I'm pumped to see what Emmett Mosley the fifth can do. He's going to be a factor
because they haven't made a mistake yet since they've done this over the last 2 years at who they chose to be a wide receiver on their offense. So I'm taking it that it's going to be successful again.
Yeah, me too. And this is a little bit different than the A.D. Mitchell situation and the Matthew Golden situations, because this is a post-spring portal ad.
Yep.
But still, I think Emmett Mosley's going to be just fine. And I think, Ryan Wingo, DeAndre Moore, those are probably your top 2 receivers when fully healthy. But Emmett Mosley is right there, and he's been getting a bunch of reps with the number 1 offense, especially while, Ryan Wingo has been out these last couple of days. So, he's going to put up some numbers. Again, last year at Stanford, get 48 catches, 625 yards, and 6 touchdowns. It's pretty good stuff. And he also missed the first month of the season for the Cardinal. So he did that in 9 games with lesser quarterback play and worse talent around him. There's reason to believe that Emmett Mosley can put up some solid numbers in his first year in Austin.
No doubt. Good stuff by Sark there. Mike G asks, hey, Buck, have you ever had sushi? Yes, I have, and I don't like it. Now, I do like, what was it, ceviche?
Yeah.
That's as close to sushi as I like ceviche. I like it. I like the taste of it. I don't like sushi. I like my fish dead on, I don't like raw fish. I like stuff cooked. I don't like my steak still mooing at me on the table. I like it to be done a little bit. It can have some blood to it, but I don't want the thing. I don't need a body bag for my cow that's on my plate when it comes to steak. Same thing with my fish. I like white, flaky fish that's done.
Ceviche is raw fish. How can you say you don't like raw fish and then say you like ceviche but not sushi?
I'm good with the ceviche. There's some other stuff you put in there. Sushi, you just put it on a piece of lettuce or whatever that wrap is and all that other shit that you do. And I know you go to Mama Wang's to sit out in the line, waiting to get in line to get that sushi. But
Mama Wang is the name of a drag queen I saw walking around New York City yesterday.
No, I can't.
There's a lot of Mama Wangs out there these days.
Plus,
Times
I'm
are different.
thinking if you go get your sushi, you're the guy with your little chopsticks because you got to do that. When in America,
I'm
sure you have to do that.
Yeah, of course. I was showing my love to the culture. What's wrong with that?
Disrespect.
Yeah, I'm not good with those sticks. I thought I'm just supposed to knit with those. I don't know what you do with those things.
I don't think you knit sushi or your fried rice or your General Tso's chicken.
I eat the fried rice with my hands.
You do?
Yeah, I've done that before.
You're at a rhairestaurant, you'll just go handful of fried rice?
To my house, I'll dip it in a bowl and eat it with my hands.
Do you scoop it or do you just grab and insert?
I just grab, but insert, like that.
Okay.
I've done that before.
So you don't like, when's the last time you've had sushi?
Years ago now, because I don't like it.
Well, I'm curious what you had. Did you have a roll? Did you have like a nigiri? Like what?
No, I had it on the plate with a little mustardy thing on the side there.
Yeah, they also,
whatever you're supposed to dip it in.
To Mike G's point, you can get cooked sushi. Like they could cook some of the fish and then put it in a roll if you want.
Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll
sushi is not like explicitly raw fish, but I think ceviche kind of is.
It kind of is, yeah. The guys will cook that as you go to fish camp. They'll do a night of that, a little bit of that on the side. It's okay.
I just don't think you've had the right sushi. I think it's been too long. Maybe your palate has changed.
Yeah, my doctor's probably saying, yeah, you better get used to eating some of that stuff instead of the bread that you've been eating.
There might be a healthier.
As I told you, I didn't get a great report yesterday. So.
Oh, you failed your doctor's test?
Yeah, I failed a little bit.
Bad grades?
Yeah, my cholesterol's at 145. And it's supposed to be somewhere around 70 from what I hear.
Oh, that's really bad.
You know what that means? See you later, ice cream.
Come on, man. You can't give up on the ice cream.
I got to.
Cholesterol, schmolesterol,
No, my LDL and all that stuff is not, see, once again, it comes back as pre-diabetic. When am I going to get to be a diabetic? Why do I have to be pre-diabetic for like 10 years? What's the deal?
I've never seen someone try so hard to be diabetic.
What's the deal? What's the pre-diabetic? I've been that way for like 8 years. Can I go through life just being that without having to worry about stuff?
I guess we're all pre-diabetic, aren't we?
That's what that's what I'm kind of thinking. If you go in there, aren't most of us going to be pre-diabetic? If you're not just eating greens all day long?
I can get diabetes at some point. Anyone's pre-diabetic. If you work hard enough, you can achieve your goal of having diabetes, Buck.
I've been trying for like 8 years, 10 years. I'm
Not
not
hard
quite
enough.
there. I keep hearing you're still pre-diabetic. You're right there. You've got to change some things. Like, I mean, I don't eat fried food. You know me, I don't eat fried chicken. You know, I don't eat a bunch of catfish. I don't eat fried foods that much, guys. So I don't know what the deal is. I think it's just body type, heredity, that kind of stuff. My genes are just like that. And I got fried food in my genes, things like that. I don't eat a lot of stuff. I do eat bread and I eat ice cream.
Okay. But you don't eat a ton of ice cream, do you?
Not anymore. Not since.
I feel like you talk all the time about how you used to eat ice cream all the time, and now it's like a big deal. You have to sneak it, and you're so scared you're going to get in trouble from your wife that you only have it like once a week at the most. At the most.
You're right. You're right. Now, at the height, I would be having ice cream 4 times a week.
To me, you're just getting screwed. Like, maybe it's genes or maybe it's old age or what. I don't know what it is, but like, if you're living a healthy lifestyle and you're still getting this stuff, to me, it's like, well, screw the healthy lifestyle. I'm going to have this shit anyways. I'm going to do what I love and eat what I love,
Yeah, but I'm trying to get to that 80 point. I don't want to be 70 point something and pass out or have my arteries all clogged up. Now I got to go see to make sure my valves and stuff are working. Everything's good. Ticker's good. I got to get the bread is the deal. I like sandwiches. I like to put bread on stuff. Even if I have pasta, I like to get some Italian bread and eat a bunch of bread. But you said I can eat a burger and lettuce. I can be like a rabbit and eat my meat.
Dude, I just did a Google search because I didn't know. I typed in, does bread have a lot of cholesterol? And it says, no, bread generally does not contain a lot of cholesterol.
What am I doing? Too much butter?
I think there are other things that you can give up over bread.
Oh, like the chips that go with the sandwich?
You're asking the wrong guy. Maybe, Dr. Google can help you out with that, or like a real doctor can help you. You know what? Just open it up to our people. We got a bunch of doctors who tune into the show.
That's true. They are doctors. I know some of these people eat a burger and lettuce, right? People do. That's so messy and nasty.
Our friends at Hat Creek Burger, I had one a couple weeks ago, the lettuce wrap burger. They do a good job with it.
Oh, they do?
It's no bun, but like it's a good wrapping and it tasted good.
All right, good deal.
Our guy Magic Man, Dr. Magic Man ATX says eggs lower cholesterol.
I eat a bunch of eggs. I get, my neighbors, I get farm fresh eggs all the time. Me, I go, and I didn't see you again at the farmer's market this week, and I was looking for you.
Why were you looking for me?
You were out of town, that's right.
No,
you weren't out of town then, were you?
Yeah, I was. This past weekend?
No, Saturday you were gone because I was at Burger Center. I was looking around. I thought I'd see you, maybe a little dog on a leash walking around with flip-flops.
If you are looking for me, that is the last place you should be looking. If you're like, I got to find BK, where is he today? Let me go to the farmer's market. No, that's where you go if you don't want to find me. If you want to avoid me, if you don't want me to find you, you go to the farmer's market because I will not be caught there dead or alive.
See, there's some stuff like keto bread. What the hell is that shit? Bread is bread. I'm not, I get this deal that my wife says, get Dave's homebrew bread or something from HEB. I'm like, yeah, that shit is $7 for a loaf. And it doesn't stay moist. It's got like oat grains in it. And so once you open up the package, BK, you can seal that bad boy all you want to. 2 days from now, you're going to see the green mold on it. I'm going to have to eat it with the mold on it because it's hard as a rock. It's like toast after 2 days.
Okay, so I just looked up the worst food for high cholesterol.
Yes.
Ready for this? Red meat, full-fat dairy, baked goods and sweets. Sorry, little Debbie.
What?
Fried foods.
Not me.
Tropical oils such as palm oil and coconut oil. Do people eat that shit?
Yeah, and what about this hydration drink that's got the nice taste now that I think Body Armor or whatever that is? That's got it sweet.
Butter was the last one, by the way. I mean, it doesn't say like sugar's not on here. So, sugar is not great for you for other reasons, but like that's not, I don't know, the worst food for high cholesterol is that list I just gave you. Red meat, full fat dairy, baked goods and sweets, fried foods, tropical oils, and butter. So avoid
Okay,
those
so I've got
things.
to, so my regular doctor tells me I got to go back to see you know who because he wants to check. Yep. He said there, that we may have to, some of these numbers, we may have to look at some biopsy stuff again. I'm like, oh no, I'm not drinking that potion and going back on that table. That was 4 years ago. I'm not going back in there again.
Is he going to go with more than one hand and also get a running start again? Didn't he do that
Yeah,
last time?
I
He had
got
to
to see
check
him.
with,
I'm going to go see him again.
he said lefty and righty need a feel.
Oh,
Gave you both of them just to make sure everything was okay.
I'm supposed to have head problems, had 2 strokes, had some amnesia and stuff like that. I'm not supposed to be having this other stuff go on too. 70 sucks.
Yeah. I can't speak to it, but I feel for you.
Eat
Tell you that
fried
much.
chicken. No, I can't do fried. Steak.
what
Now I'm okay with steak, but I screw up a steak anyway. So what's the difference? I'm just wasting money anyhow. I do like
According,
chicken. I do the chicken. I can grill some chicken.
so according to Allen Iverson, here's a list of foods to reduce cholesterol. Ready for this
Okay.
list?
Yes.
We've got oats and oatmeal.
Oh God.
We've got fatty fish like salmon, tuna, and mackerel.
Yeah.
You a salmon guy?
I'm a salmon. I'm all right with salmon, but I like cod, fresh cod from Maine. I get that during the lentil seasons.
Yeah, it doesn't say fillet of fish on here. Matter of fact, that was in the other category of fried
Oh,
foods.
it was.
So that's probably not one you want to be eating. Avocados reduce cholesterol.
I'm not good with those. I don't do much avocado.
Now, D's nuts and seeds are
I
on the
do
list.
almonds every once in a while, but
These nuts.
I don't like these nuts in my teeth.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't like these nuts anywhere, to be honest with you. Legumes.
What?
Uh,
Leg
that-
warmers?
Yeah, eat those. Legumes,
I'm not going to
beans,
eat any Legos.
lentils, and chickpeas. You heard of these?
Yeah, but who's eating that? I'm eating pork and beans and refried beans
There you
and
go.
pinto beans.
It says beans on here.
Okay.
Fruits, apples, oranges, strawberries in particular.
What about my grapes?
Grapes is not on here.
That
Vegetables
means
is
a lot of
on
sugar.
here.
Is there a lot of sugar in grapes? Is there a lot of just
Oh, yeah,
natural, too much sugar? Because I eat grapes like a madman.
there's a lot of sugar in fruit for sure.
Uh,
Veggies on here, broccoli, spinach, and eggplant. I know you like tossing that around.
I do not like the eggplant. It's in the squash family. So, I'm a lettuce rancher, so I'm good with the lettuce.
Okay. Olive oil is on here, and then soy products like tofu and soy milk.
No, hell no.
That's too far.
What is that? I'm just going to die if that's what I have to do.
That's too far. So there you go. So, if you just eat these nuts and eggplant, then you're going to
Some
be
soy
okay.
milk.
And some soy milk. Yeah.
I did
that's
try
good.
to do the soy milk thing for like 5 months. It tastes like paste.
It's not
Plus,
good.
I don't drink like glasses of milk anymore. I don't drink. Even I went back to whole milk instead of that 2%, which is water. I went back to whole milk, and after a while, I couldn't even do that.
Whole milk is one of the items that you should not be consuming, right? Full
Mm.
fat dairy was on the list of foods that will raise your cholesterol.
You mean cheese will do it too?
Cheese is probably not a great thing for you to eat these days.
Damn.
That sucks because cheese is really good.
I'm doing a lot of eating. I mean, I'm trying to think. What about gumbo? I love fish. I love a good fish gumbo. Is that not good with hush puppies?
Well, hush puppies are fried, so that's not good. And
But the
gumbo is
gumbo's
not.
got to be good for you. It's got. I mean, I see okra in that stuff.
Yeah, okra's good. Okra's good for you. That'll help with your.
What are these Cajuns putting in my gumbo that's screwing me up? Because I've been eating a lot of gumbo lately.
It's probably the roux in there is not great for you. I don't know.
And the rice probably no good for you. That's at the bottom of it.
Rice is Rice didn't make either list. I don't
Oh,
know. You got to talk to somebody about this.
I'm talking to the people. These people are doctors. They know.
Okay. All right. Well, you're getting
Avocados, I got to do a better job with that. They don't have any taste. They taste like mush. It tastes like oatmeal, green oatmeal.
Here's Jason giving you a full diet plan here, but he says add a lean steak in there. And red meat. Red meat's got some health benefits, but it's not good for cholesterol. So if that's your biggest problem right now, I don't know if you should deal with this. All right, here's Steven. Says he's been on cholesterol meds since his mid-20s. How about that? You ain't that bad, Buck, dealing with it at 70.
Yeah, and I don't want to do the meds. I mean, that's now starting to get to be one of the threats. Maybe we need to put you on some pill. I'm like, I don't want to do that. So I'd rather figure it out without doing any more pills.
It messes with your gummies that you consume, huh?
It's true.
Yeah, so here's Steven says, no fried foods, no alcohol. You already have that one taken care
Yep.
of. Eat more fiber like steel-cut oats and Cheerios. And yes, salmon.
My wife eats that cut oats.
Never heard
That
of
looks
that.
so nasty.
I think, I'm not an oatmeal guy or an oats guy. I think that stuff's disgusting.
I can eat oatmeal if you let me put a little brown sugar on the top of it, just a little bit.
Yeah, hold the oatmeal. Just give me the giant bag of brown sugar, please. I'll just guzzle that one down.
Give me the brown sugar. And raisins. What about raisins? That's probably got too much sugar in it too. That's that. I appreciate
How's
it.
your
Thank you,
sugar?
folks.
Is your sugar okay or no?
I think that's a part of the whole cholesterol is the sugar deal, and the ice cream deal. I think some of this is hereditary, BK. I think I
Sure.
got to believe.
Yeah,
I got to call my
some of it.
sister. She'll let me. Baked potatoes. I haven't. You know what? I haven't done a lot of baked potato. Maybe I need to do more baked potatoes. What
Don't
about
be making
bacon?
them.
What about bacon?
Yeah, that can't be good for you. Baked potatoes, don't be making them. If someone else is making the baked potatoes, then you can consume them, but don't eat your own baked potato. That's disgusting.
Jason's Deli has a monster baked potato, but that's
like-
got, you got to put the sour cream in the middle. That's probably not good either. That's dairy.
Eating your own baked potato might be worse than eating your own cream pie, dude. You just don't do that. You just
How about
don't
that?
do that.
Peanut butter. I was going to go peanut butter, but I can't put that on bread.
Well, again, bread's fine. Bread, we just said that.
You
Bread is
sure?
okay.
Bread is okay.
AI, the answer is
penis bread. What is that? Penis bread?
Penis bread?
A pita bread? Your Peter bread? What is that?
I think those are three different things. I've never had penis bread before. Where do they serve that? I'm not sure I really want to know the answer to that, actually.
Plus, I don't think the peanut butter. Do I just scoop it out like you did as a kid and just start licking it off a spoon? That's gross.
Yeah, get your dog to lick it for you. Put it on your body, and you and your dog can go to town together.
Well, I'm all alone for 8 days, so look out.
Hotel California, baby. You see, this is the saddest part of all of this. Is
I
your wife's
know.
out of town. This is the time that you usually splurge and get a bunch of ice cream and eat a bunch of crap, and you don't have to worry about getting in trouble. And now
I got to believe her and the doctor did this. They sent me that note while I was on the golf course yesterday. I got the deal from the doctor while I was on the course. While I was having a Snickers bar on the second nine, trying to get a little energy in me.
Yeah, I could see your wife doing that, right? Calling the doctor saying, hey, let him know as soon as I leave town that he's got some health issues and he can't keep eating the way that he's been eating. It's a good bit right there. It's probably illegal, but it's a good bit right there from the wife.
Yeah,
Prove a
I just
point.
I don't like the thought of the doctor saying you need to go back and see your urologist. We want to check the prostate again. I'm like, damn, dude.
Yeah, I hope.
How many
there's
times y'all
nothing
need to
there.
go up in there?
Maybe they like what they see or feel.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know. I'm praying for you, man. Sorry you're going through that. Hopefully it's nothing too serious, and hopefully it's an easy fix for you.
yeah, I'm going to do the oatmeal thing, but I get my oatmeal at Starbucks too with my brown sugar.
Yeah, I like Jake's suggestion earlier. How about a medium filet mignon? Smother it in mushrooms. That's good for the soul. That deserves to be a part of your diet, right?
Yeah, but from now on, I'm not doing my own. I'm going to a steak place. I'm not wrecking any more steaks. I might as well
No.
go to dinner and have them do it and do it right than me to screw it up on the grill.
Sounds like you shouldn't be eating many more steaks if your cholesterol's up.
Aw.
I
But I
know.
need the protein. Remember, I'm still the big man's trying to gain that weight too.
Get you your chicken. Get you your fish. Get you some
Sam.
turkey. How about a turkey burger instead of a burger?
A what burger?
I know. A turkey burger.
That didn't even sound right.
That's the thing. It's a popular thing these days for people who don't like or can't eat red meat. I bet Hat Creek does a turkey burger. I shouldn't be saying that because I don't know it for a fact, but a lot of places do turkey burgers these days.
I know now that you told me that they do that. I've never had their lettuce wrap with a burger. And my wife says that's good. You can do that.
Yeah, lettuce wrap turkey burger, I bet.
Oh no, I'm doing a lettuce wrap regular burger at Hat Creek because they've got some spots right here. They're right down the street from me. It's a good way to start off my new eating deal. Is go to Hat Creek today. As a matter of fact, and get myself a lettuce wrap. I know you can go to like P.F. Chang's and get that crap. They got all kinds of lettuce and meat and stuff like that.
They do. They do. Shout out to Hat Creek Burger Company.
Absolutely.
And shout out to all of our great sponsors, including Covert Bee Cave. Hey, if you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go see our friends out at Covert Bee Cave. They are a part of the Covert Auto Group that has been around the Austin area for more than 100 years. And the best part about Covert Bee Cave, well, there are a few things. Number one, the selection. About 42 acres of cars, trucks, and SUVs. It's 3 dealerships featuring 7 different brands all on one lot. So if you're not 100% sure what you're looking for, just head out to Covert Bee Cave on Highway 71 or shop their inventory online at covertbeecave.com. They've got something for everybody out there. Number 2, the people. Love Mike. I love Dan. Love Stacy. Love Jerome. Love Ron. Love Cameron. Love the whole squad there, Marcus. They're great people. They treat us like family. They're going to treat you like family as well. And the prices, well, what do they say about those Covert deals, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever. CovertBeeCave.com. Or again, go see them off of Highway 71.
Hey, did you get any of your money back yesterday?
I did not. I did reach out to the folks at Lyft to go down that avenue.
And what did they say? Tough luck, sucker.
They said, tough titty, said the kitty, but the milk kept coming. I was like, that doesn't feel like the time to use that phrase, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much there, Lyft.
Have not heard back from the folks at Lyft yet. And, we'll give it a couple more days before we reach out to the girl, try to get some money from her.
She hasn't even come back with a, hey, thanks a lot. Here, I know I owe you some money.
She doesn't know me.
Huh?
Like, she doesn't have my phone number. Like, it's a girl I met the other night. Now, maybe the right thing for her to do would be text her friends who are also my friends, like the reason we were all together on Saturday, and say, hey, what's that guy's number? What's that guy's Venmo? I'd like to send him a few bucks.
There you go. That would be nice. That would be a nice gesture, wouldn't it?
But she ain't doing that, I told her I was in a
She's
relationship.
sort of like the people she's like the girl at your apartment when you helped her move.
Oh. Yeah,
have they moved out yet? Are they still there?
I still have beef with them. No, they're still there. They're still there. Yeah, if you're new to that story, yeah, the girls who live above me at my apartment complex, when they moved in, they asked for some help. They knocked on my door and they're like, hey, can you help us for a little bit? I was like, yeah, sure. I had nothing going on. Whatever. Why not? I'll be a good guy. And I helped them. I thought it would be like one thing, right? No, I'll help them lift a couch or take a table. No, it was like an hour and a half's worth of work.
Can you go back out there and pick this off the truck while we're in here?
And meanwhile, they got me and one other kid who was in high school who also lived in the apartment complex. They were making him work too. I feel like there's a violation of child labor laws going on. And we're both doing all the work. They're sitting inside just putting stuff together. Really just sitting inside doing nothing, watching us do everything. And at the end of the day, it was a half-hearted thank you, and that was it. Nothing else. No other form of compensation. And I was thinking, all right, well, maybe they don't have money now or, they don't have anything now, but in a couple of days, they'll knock on my door. They'll at least thank me again, but, maybe with a bottle of wine or a baked good or a few bucks, something like that.
Maybe some
Now-
Altstadt beer.
Maybe some Altstadt beer. Yeah, 6-pack would have been nice, but instead it was nothing. And
Nothing.
now they don't even like. I'll see them. You know, they still live right on top of me. They've got a little shit dog that they walk around, and I'm a big fan of dogs, but this dog sucks. And they just walk it around, and I'll wave at them. Like, I'll always try to wave at people in the apartment complex, or just a head nod or something. It feels like the right thing to do. And they act like they don't see me.
Wow.
And I don't know.
That's that putz that lives underneath us.
Yeah, I don't know if that's, just how they are to everybody, or if they just don't like me for some reason, or they're like, oh, if we don't look at him, we'll never have to thank him or pay him for him helping us move. So let's just keep ignoring that guy. I don't know what it is, but they're bad people, those two. So that's all right. Can't all be good.
No.
So I don't know. I don't know if this girl from this weekend is that category, but no payment, no thank you, no nothing. Stuff. Women these days, huh? That's why they're getting
Once again,
dildos thrown at them all the time.
Let them cook.
Let them cook. Let them cook. Speaking of that, I guess. Speaking of women in the WNBA, we have a third incident to talk about. A third sex toy has landed on a WNBA court, dating back to last week. Get a little
What is it
video
now?
of
A
this
ballistic
here.
missile?
We're in Los Angeles for this one. We did not get a close-up shot of this sex toy on the television broadcast, but this is a game between the Indiana Fever and the LA Sparks in Los Angeles. You could kind of see an item, flung onto this court from underneath one of the baskets. Look, you see it there in the painted area, and then you see Kelsey Plum, one of the players. She just kicks that thing.
That field goal.
Yeah, she kicks it back into the floor seats, I guess. I don't think those people want that either.
They don't want that thing to hit them in the head.
How about that? We had another incident. So we had a guy get arrested over the weekend for the first dildo that was thrown at a WNBA game. That one was in Atlanta. We had another one over the weekend in Chicago. I don't think any arrests were made in that dick throwing. And now we have one from last night in LA.
All right.
Dang.
We can take a couple of days off of this bit. This bit's getting old.
Oh, you're tired of it now.
Oh, yeah. That bit gets old in a hurry.
What has to happen for this bit to stop?
Probably just don't talk about it. Just go along with the play.
It goes viral. I mean, I think they handled it about as well as they could, right? You kick it off the court as soon as possible, but they had to stop the game for a second.
Yeah, because
look, the ref, she has her hands up. She sees something, fly on the court. She's got to stop the game for player safety. So anytime that happens, attention's going to be brought to it.
Well, yeah, you got to stop it. I mean, you can't go up and down the court and trip over that monster.
Yeah, exactly. So, anytime you do that.
So far, it looks like they've been throwing extra larges out there.
Yeah, they're throwing it right towards Sophie Cunningham and Kelsey Plum, who are two of the more popular players in the league. Kelsey Plum is like, bang, get that shit out of here.
Wow.
Yeah. So I still think it's a fair question.
They're some good dildos. I know that. Somebody ought to put it in a bag. Somebody ought to need to have it on the side and have a bag for me and have some collections going on.
Oh, what do you want that? Do you want to pick up those?
I mean, it looks like, I'd put, like I said, put a towel over it, wrap it like it's a baby or something, put it in a little bag.
And sell it back to somebody in the stands?
Collectibles.
Yeah. That's the giveaway. They're going to collect all of these sex toys that are thrown on the court, and they're going to do a giveaway for the first 500 fans who show up.
Just keep them until they get the first 500 dildos.
It's still a fair question. Like how do they get these through security? You just stick them in their pocket, or is keistering going on here for these?
No,
dudes?
some keistering, some goofy dudes or gals getting them underneath their hat when they walk through.
There is a new logo, by the way, for the WNBA that has been announced.
Oh, great.
In honor of these recent events, they have.
Well, Steve, you're going to run with it as long as you can. As long as the topic is hot, you're going to run with it. Isn't that life? That's just the way it goes.
Know how a couple weeks ago at the WNBA All-Star game, the players were wearing shirts that said, "Pay us what you owe us." Last night, Caitlin Clark was spotted wearing this shirt.
Really?
Stop throwing dildos at us. Trying to send a message.
You know, the more you ask not to have something done.
She wasn't actually wearing that shirt, Buck. That is AI. Just so you know.
They need to get some caps with one on the top. A two-pronged double horn dildo.
A dildo cap. All right, one more logo before we move off of this story. There's another WNBA design there. What a time. What a time for the W, huh? They wanted people talking about them. They got people talking about them.
Yes, they do.
So it's
They almost got you watching.
Yeah, they got me watching clips that go viral. So
Yeah,
that's a start. You know, I'm watching these. These are finding me. I'm not going out of my way to find these stories.
Of course.
These are blowing up these days. All right. We've got the latest out of the Dallas Cowboys, Buck.
What have they been doing?
So they are getting ready for their first preseason game. They are playing the LA Rams in Los Angeles on Saturday. And the Cowboys have actually been doing joint practices in LA leading up to that game. But obviously at the start of the week, I think it was Friday afternoon when the news broke, we talked about it on Monday's show. You know, Micah Parsons requested a trade from the Dallas Cowboys. And, you know, he's still showing up to Cowboys training camp, but he's not really participating in camp. But that's the last big development, is that Micah Parsons has asked out of Dallas, and obviously still no long-term contract extension done between the two sides. Well, Jerry Jones was asked after Cowboys practice yesterday about the latest on Micah Parsons. There's a little bit of back and forth here between the press and Jerry himself, but here's the latest with what's going on with the Cowboys.
Again, your definition of urgent is not necessarily, I don't believe you gave a definition.
I did.
Okay.
I just asked when does it get urgent.
So I stay urgent.
Okay. Okay. Any confidence that he will be on the field against Philadelphia?
Again, no. Absolutely not. That has to, a big part of that is his decision. Right. How would I know that? I'm just saying. No, but I'm urgent.
He's always urgent, man. He's always trying to get something done.
Yeah, that's hilarious, right? The least urgent GM in the NFL is saying he's always urgent, right? The guy who is notoriously known for waiting longer than anybody else to do anything is telling the people that he is always urgent. That's great. But the biggest takeaway there, Buck, is Jerry Jones was asked if he's confident that Micah Parsons is going to be with the Cowboys for their season opener against Philadelphia, which is 4 weeks from tomorrow, by the way. And he said, no, absolutely not.
This dude may not cave into this one.
Look, I don't
it's not caving in, but he may not. He may just, this is the one, BK, this is the one that gets the fans that will be just absolutely out of their mind if he doesn't get this one done.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think Micah Parsons is going to cave in, right? Like, if there's no long-term deal done by 4 weeks from tomorrow, then I don't think he's going to be there 4 weeks from tomorrow.
No, Jerry always continues to talk about the guys that played under their last year deal.
Right. Yeah, he's brought up Dak a couple of times. He's brought up Tank Lawrence, you know, a couple of recent Cowboys who, you know, played out their last year of their contracts or played on a franchise tag.
I don't think this dude's doing that.
I don't think so either. And look, Micah Parsons is a better player than either of those guys. And he's looking around at some of these other top edge rushers, and he's seeing how much money they're all getting. And he's seeing that, their teams aren't waiting this long to get their deals done. I mean, I think TJ Watt had 2 years left on his contract, and the Steelers gave him a new one that makes him the highest paid edge rusher in football. So you got teams doing stuff earlier than the Cowboys, way earlier than the Cowboys. And yeah, Micah Parsons is pissed. He's like, I want that long-term security and I want that money too. And I don't blame him. I think he's earned it.
I mean, there's no doubt that he's not earned that money. He's earned that money. I just don't know. will he stick by his guns and not play this year?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, I think a deal will get done before the first game.
I mean, that's a young player who's a great player.
For sure. For sure.
It's not. This is not a deal that he's just gonna. There's too much money being made at that position right now, and he should be at the top of the list of making that money.
Right. Well, he wants that long-term security, right? Like he doesn't want to play, and this is not a Micah Parsons only thing. Guys don't want to play on their final years of their contracts because, well, what if you get hurt in that year? And all of a sudden, that's going to affect your future contract, and your guaranteed money that you thought you were going to have is now out the window. So some guys like playing on contract years because they think they can ball out and make more money. Micah Parsons is not a guy that needs to do that. He's done enough and shown enough over his Cowboys
not
career.
At that position, dude. Not playing out there.
Yeah, and he wants to make sure that he and his family are taken care of for years to come. And again, he's just looking around at other business across the NFL, and he's like, well, why can't you guys do that for me? Everybody else is getting this done. Why am I having to wait right now? But it's the Cowboys way. Like I've said this since like February, since right after the Super Bowl. I'm like, the Cowboys will get a Micah Parsons deal done. It's going to take a long time, but they will find a way to get it done. And now, obviously, we're getting to the nitty-gritty, but I am unwavering in my belief that they will work something out before the start of this season. Now, they've obviously cost themselves a bunch of money, and Micah Parsons isn't thrilled right now, and it's a joke that a trade request had to be made publicly, but it'll all be water under the bridge when they agree to an extension that keeps Micah in Dallas.
He's the highest paid football player that's not a quarterback. That's when.
Yeah, of all time. Exactly. I mean, when he gets the money that TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, and Max Crosby's gotten, and maybe a little bit more than those guys, then it'll be perfectly fine. It'll be Micah talking about how he loves being a Dallas Cowboy again. And
I can't wait for that to come. Oh, I just love it. I just love it here.
We saw it with Myles. Like, it's amazing what money can make you do, right? Myles Garrett was like, he didn't say he didn't like Cleveland. He just said he wanted to go to a place where he could win a Super Bowl. And that's not Cleveland. I don't know if it's Dallas either, but I know it's not Cleveland. And he's like, I want out. I want to go to a contender. Thanks for everything, Cleveland. And then they pay him $40 million a year. And he's like, no, I love it here. Like, I'm good. And I think we can win a Super Bowl here. It's like, all right, well, that's, for 40 mil, I'd say all kinds of ridiculous shit too. So I don't blame him. But that's what's going to happen, I think. But it's ridiculous that it's gotten here.
And who do they open up the season with?
Philly.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's the first game of the NFL season. It's that Thursday night.
That's going to sting. That will sting.
Yeah, look, even with Micah Parsons out there, you don't know if the Cowboys have much of a shot there. But if Micah Parsons isn't there, then
wow,
call your cousin and put some bones on Philly in game one. Put a few bones.
What is the early line on that? Tell me it's got to be 10.5.
No, I don't think it's that high. I'll pull it up right now. I know we talked about it once on this show.
I know,
right when it came out. I wonder if, by the way, the Cowboys are 2.5-point favorites against the Rams this weekend, for those of you who are curious.
For those you losers that are doing pregame betting, wasting your money.
Losers? No, you're winners when you win bets. For those of you winners who are going to win money betting on the preseason this year, you're welcome. It's 7 right now. Philly -7. That's your week 1 line for, again, the first game of the 2025 NFL season.
Yeah, let's just keep that around there so we can get some early bank in there.
I think it was 6.5.
Huh?
I think it was 6. I think it was 6.5 a couple weeks ago. So wow. I don't know if the Micah Parsons situation has changed the line a little bit, or if it's just, hey, a lot of money's come in on the Eagles because they're the defending champs and they're probably the best team in football again this year.
Yeah, I would take the Eagles up to 9. So
okay, well, as of right now, again, it's 4 weeks from tomorrow. You can get Eagles -7. That's not how it's going to work for your Gold Star locks, though. You got to wait until Thursday, September 4th to put your bet in on this show.
That's right. We got to work. We got other games to work on. We got college football, like my sleeper team.
Yeah,
them Tigers.
Week 0 is 2 weeks from Saturday. So, week 1, when Texas plays and when most teams open up their season, that's 3 weeks from now. But week 0, including Farmageddon out in Dublin, between K-State and Iowa State. That's 2 weeks from Saturday. Well, yeah,
Seems like a fun game right there.
it is a fun game.
Why in Dublin with that one?
I don't know. More people will be watching it now because it's kind of a standalone game, and it's by far the best matchup we have during week 0. But that's like, man, you want a big game for your conference. So those are 2 of the best teams in the Big 12. Feels like you would want that later in the year. Feels like you'd want it later in the year. It feels like you'd also want it, I don't know, in this country. But it's the Big 12. They're desperate for people to care. So this is what they have to do nowadays, right?
Yeah, I would agree.
You're going to see the SEC doing.
We're going to make some coin on Gundy's last year too.
Oh, you're calling his last year?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what to expect from the Gundys this year. They were awful. They finished last in the Big 12.
Were awful. Were they awful or what?
They started 3-0. They beat who'd they beat? Mississippi State? They were the worst team in the – was it Mississippi State? I think they beat Mississippi State last year. The worst team in the SEC.
Off to a good start, yeah.
But then, they went 0-9 in conference play.
Wow.
For Mike Gundy. So, Pokes fans are not real thrilled with that.
Of children.
Yeah, mother of children. Thank you, Coach. I don't know how much longer that father of children is going to be there.
That's true.
He's had a great run, but all good things must come to an end, and maybe that's
and it's
where
about
Oklahoma
time
State
for the
football
ending.
is.
We should take advantage of that ourselves and make some money off of that group.
I like that. A couple other quick hitters, by the way, in the NFL. I don't know if you saw this, but the NFL has apparently banned smelling salts. Buck, were you a smelling salts guy?
I've had some. I think I had more in high school and back in the heyday of high school, more so than I did in college.
Okay. Yeah.
I just shook that shit off in college.
There you go.
I just shook the cobwebs off. I didn't want them putting that stuff in high school. Yeah. Seemed like the right thing to do back in the day.
Yeah, the league apparently sent a memo to its teams and players that beginning this season, teams are prohibited from providing or supplying ammonia in any form. Apparently, the FDA came out last year and said that there wasn't enough evidence to say that ammonia actually helps with mental alertness or energy. And they also said there are some potential negative effects that can stem from using them. So the NFL is citing that, and they're saying no more.
Get yourself some fart in a bottle and have it on the sideline. Pop it open. That'll do it.
That is way more dangerous than a smelling salt.
What, fart in a bottle?
A fart in a jar? Yeah.
That's what we need to have more of that. Fart in a jar on the sideline.
Especially, it depends on what you ate the meal before the fart.
It'd be great for George Kittle can have fart in a jar. He'd love that.
Yeah, George Kittle was not happy. He went on an interview with NFL Network yesterday and jokingly threatened to retire because of this.
Yeah, he makes me laugh. That guy seems like the guy who'd be doing that in a bar after a shot.
Mm-hmm.
Smelling salt, yeah.
When he wakes up in the morning.
Oh, yeah.
When he's out at the bar with friends. Obviously, when he's on the field. If the NHL did this, by the way, there would be no NHL.
Oh, my goodness.
You see, before a hockey game, right before puck drop, they'll pan over to the bench, and you will see every single player. They're just passing around 3 or 4 smelling salts to each other. And they all use it. It is football.
Have you ever took a hit of that stuff? That ammonia in that stuff is brutal.
Funny enough, you talk about going out to the bars. When I was in college, I went through, maybe it was a semester of college. It wasn't super long, but I would just right before getting in a cab or getting in an Uber to go to the bars, pass around with some buddies. Give me a good whiff.
That was the deal?
Oh, yeah. I bought a giant tub off of a Costco, Sam's Club size tub. And just pass them around the frat house or something. And it's going to be a big night, boys. And,
well, like you said, once I didn't do any kind of extracurricular stuff except for alcohol until I got to college, and that's when the craziness started. I never did anything in high school. I was horrified in high school of anything marijuana, hash, mushrooms. I was like, no, that stuff will absolutely kill you on first take. And
that stuff's illegal. Was that what scared you? Was it that it was illegal? You were tough. You were scared to obtain
I thought I would die.
I
thought I would be the guy that you read about. First timer, dead,
Hmm.
you know,
Yeah.
never done it before.
The only way you're dying from, well, I guess there's a couple of ways you could die from weed. Number one, if it's laced with something else, but then it's not truly
Yeah.
weed. Number two is if you smoke too much and you eat too much Taco Bell, and then you die from bloating or something like that.
No,
Too much munchies.
I grew up in a time, BK, when people were sniffing glue.
Nice.
And I didn't do that. I was horrified of that because I would be the one in 5 million, you know, that first sniff.
Doesn't
he's
have
dead.
a good time. Oh. It's dead.
Oh, I'm sorry. He died. That was the first time he ever did it, and he's dead. See, kids, let that be a lesson to you. Old Buck took one sniff of glue, and look at him now.
Yeah, huffing glue, not so much of a thing these days. Huffing paint, not as popular with the kids. Sharpies. Sharpies are not as strong as they used to be. These are hard times we're living in.
Yeah, the Sharpies was a thing.
Sharpies was a thing for a little bit. Oh yeah.
Wow.
I think the Sharpie brand caught on and was like, we got to weaken our whatever ingredient was in there that kids were getting high off of. So I don't think they're that easy to use anymore. Man, tough. All right, quick shout out to the Hecht Law Firm. If you get a personal injury from any of these things, or if you get hurt in a car wreck, or if you get hurt on the job, whatever, Ryan Hurricane Hecht is your go-to personal injury attorney in Central Texas. He's got your back. He is a friend of the show, but a fighter for the people. He is aggressive in court, but he is compassionate with clients. He's a great guy. He's been a friend of mine for over a decade. He's going to fight to get you every dollar that you deserve. Don't let the insurance companies push you around. You're going through enough after a serious accident. Don't deal with that on your own. Call Hurricane Hecht and let him get you the money that you deserve. The best part, you don't pay unless he wins your case. That's right. You do not pay a dime unless he wins your case. So reach out to him or, put this number in your phone so you have it ready to go whenever you need it. 512-938-8929. It's 512-938-8929. You can find out more information on his website. That's hechtlawfirm.com. HECHT lawfirm.com.
Yeah, I mean, when those Whippets and Tide Pods and stuff, those things kids would. I told you when I was a kid, I used to eat Tide. I'd put my, dab my fingers. I'd dab it in the Tide and then put it on my. There was something about the taste of Tide, and I don't know. I got kind of allergic to it. It was okay.
You gummed it? You would gum the Tide back in the day?
No, I'll just stick it on my tongue. I stick a little bit on my tongue.
Clean your insides out with some Tide.
I mean, I did it for a while until my mom slapped me in the back of the head and said, "Quit wasting that, that powder."
Oh, she didn't care.
I never did any of that other stuff.
She didn't care about him. She cared about the laundry detergent.
Of course she did. She wasn't worried about me. She goes, "That's going to go right through your ass. It's going to go right through you. You're just going to get the shits from it. But we need the laundry detergent." Rodney, you remember the days of people sniffing glue?
Remember?
Hell,
what you talking about?
I'm sorry I brought that up. I'm sorry I brought that up.
I keep
secrets.
I keep these in all colors at my desk.
Oh my
it's like
God.
a Sharpie. I go out in public and people are like, "You sign a lot of autographs?" I'm like, "No, why? You got a Sharpie in your pocket."
I never knew that. I never knew about the Sharpie thing. That's kind of the first I'm hearing about that. I went to Catholic school. We had to use the Sharpies. We had to use those in Catholic school. We couldn't afford to be snipping those.
I was with you. I was a little afraid that it was going to be like, ooh, what if something goes wrong? But then you try it and it's like, damn.
No.
They had different smelling or different types of I guess flavors, if you want to call them that. Different senses, different scented Sharpies back when I was in high school.
Really?
Man. Yeah, and Buck, you'd always see the kids that were doing it because they had little marks underneath their damn nose.
Oh my God!
The marks a lot, the big fat markers. Those marks a lot. Those were the ones.
They got little red marks or black marks or green marks down there for the apple.
Oh man!
Oh, the neighborhoods you guys grew up in,
man.
Wow. I got to tell you, so my dad, I mean, he still does. I mean, he does laminate for Micah countertops. He lays for Micah, and I used to work with him in the summer. He'd make me go to work with him, and the adhesive that you put down, man, that stuff. I'd be like, "Dad, let me glue.
Let me do. I'm the glue guy.
I'll do the gluing today." It's like, wow, you were floating after that stuff.
I was about to say, you'd come back and just like looking around, lightheaded,
all hungry.
Yeah, I got allergic to certain things like Tide a little bit. And then of course gasoline. At the gas pump when you used to have to pump the gas, I would go back to my old man and he'd pump it, and I'd take a big whiff of that gas. Boy, that was another one that kind of got me a little bit. But I wasn't hanging around gas stations sniffing it a lot. So I was telling BK Rodney, I didn't experiment until I got to college. That's when that's when I experimented, with marijuana. I was horrified in high school. I mean, I was that guy that if I did something one time, the cops were going to throw me under the jail, or I was going to be the guy that was in the Bethlehem newspaper for taking one hit off of a pipe or something. I was like, no, I'm going to die from this.
Were you more afraid of the like dying, or were you more afraid of getting caught?
No, I was more afraid of dying.
Oh,
so you didn't do anything back then, huh, Buck?
No. I drank. Now I was drinking potato brandy, homemade potato brandy in the bus on the way to school, drinking it. But I never did it. I never did a drug. People were smoking weed and they were doing hash back in those days. I was horrified. I'm like, if I do this, I'm going to die. But if I drink a gallon of potato brandy, I'm going to be just fine.
My mom says that they don't make acid like they used to. So what was the acid like?
Oh, dude, that was strict LSD. That was the late 60s, early 70s. That was a little tab that they put you put it on your finger and then put it in your mouth. It was like window pane. That was straight LSD.
In the Gata Vida.
Yeah.
Oh no, that was Jimi Hendrix, the whole deal back then.
Didn't he? I heard he used to put him in his damn headband.
Oh no,
when he would sweat, his pores would open up and absorb it. That's
wow,
man.
Genius.
The one that scared me, cocaine scared me for a long time. And it was a good buddy of mine was a coke dealer. And, he would say, here's what you need to worry about. Because I was the same way when it came to that, because I'm like, it's going to kill me. If I try it, it's going to kill me.
Did he charge you for it?
Well, this dude's like, here's the problem.
He wasn't a good buddy. He was just a buddy.
He's like, here's the problem. If you try it, you're going to like it. He said that's going to be the problem. That's going to be the problem.
Yeah,
we won't say if I ever tried it.
I ended up doing a little bit of everything once when I got to the city of Boston. I got to doing a little bit of everything. But on my way as a freshman to Boston, on my journey up, I went to a friend's place who knew these just hellacious guys in Jersey, and I sat there and I watched them shoot up heroin. Nice. And dude, I saw this guy put a needle in him, and I damn near passed out in the living room. And they were like, "Hey, you want to hit this?" And I'm like, "Oh hell no! Are you out of your mind?" And I hadn't done anything, no glue snipping. And I'm on my way to college, and that was one of my first stop-offs. And I saw a guy take a belt off and strap it around his arm and do that. I'm like, that's it for me. That ain't ever gonna happen.
Nah.
Famous last
that
word.
guy went to outer space in less than 30
hard.
seconds. He was like gone. His eyes are all, up in his head and stuff. I'm like, no, that's not going to be my life. I'm just going to be a regular old alcoholic.
There you go.
At the people down there in Philadelphia now, right? On fentanyl, right? As soon as they smoke the fentanyl or take the fentanyl, they're like zombies, man. Or what? I don't even know how you do fentanyl.
It'll kill you. It'll kill you.
I just say this: it will kill you, and there's way too much of it out there.
I'd have been like Richard Pryor. I'd have caught myself on fire trying to cook stuff.
Shit.
You know what else?
Boys, listen, have a great day. I'm going to head off, and I'm going to go. I'm going to Hat Creek and get myself a lettuce burger.
Nice.
After the third dildo.
No bun.
The third dildo, we got to leave.
No bun. Yeah, that's the third dildo. Yeah, now we're kicking field goals with dildos.
See y'all tomorrow.
Later, boys.
Yeah, the third one.
So was that the same team? Did we have an association? Because remember how the dildo was thrown with there was, I guess one trend was that one team was involved with the dildo throw, right?
This was Indiana. This was my three ladies.
This was your tres leches.
This was the three ladies, and it was like thrown at Sophie Cunningham, who said, "Hey, you're going to hurt us."
It's the same type of Shrek dildo, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Same type of Shrek dildo, but we have two different teams associated with it now.
Yeah, this was
The case, we got to get Hurricane Hecht in here to crack this case wide open.
We got to get him to figure out. And speaking of Sophie Cunningham, she got fined $1,000 because now she has a podcast like everybody else.
Isn't that where we're at, man? That's just what we do.
They find her. This is beautiful, Sophie Cunningham. They find her for saying this,
and it literally pisses me off when people are like, "She's not the face of the league."
Who would be?
What?
Sabrina? No.
No, there's really good, well-known people in our league. I'm not discrediting them. Like, we have a lot of badasses in our league.
Yeah.
Like, hell yeah to that. I'm all for that. But when people try to argue that she's not the face of our league, or if our league would be where we're at without her, you're dumb as shit.
Yeah.
You're literally dumb as fuck. And it literally pisses me off when people are like,
that's talking about her partner, Caitlin Clark.
That's what I was assuming, right? I mean, she's right. I mean, in only 2 years, she kind of is like, and that's no slap in the face to everyone, to all the other ladies that play, or to Sabrina or Stewie or any of them. But no one else is hitting from the logo, right? And I mean, I know that there's times where Caitlin Clark goes into slumps, but I mean, shit, she's the most exciting player to watch. She gets her teammates involved, and the feet, like when she is with the Fever, when she's playing with the Fever, it's a different team. Now I think the Liberty's going to end up winning this damn thing, but again, I think Sophie Cunningham's absolutely right. Like, she's kind of the face of the league, and if you sit here and try and say that somebody else is, I'll entertain your argument, but ultimately you're just lying to yourself. So.
Caitlin Clark has eyeballs in the WNBA, and she ain't even playing. She's hurt, and you've got people watching, and that's because of her. And it's just, and it's more. I mean,
I'm sorry, Double R. Give me 2 seconds, man. I'm very sorry.
Yeah. Now she's doing State Farm. I mean, now she's picking up on all of that, and I tell you, the growth of this for anyone to say, and I know it's hard for some of these athletes in different sports to want to say that this league is thriving and this league is doing whatever because of whoever. That's where you get you swallow that humble pie.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I heard what you're saying too. I needed to let the queen in. The queen needed to come in. So.
Oh, nice. Beyonce, she's there.
Bianca.
Beyonce. Wow, nice. Yeah.
She, and I couldn't, like, she was just getting on my nerve. Like, I could hear her through the door. I know you couldn't hear her, but it was distracting me, so I just had to let her.
Yeah, no, it is. It's hilarious. It's hilarious that we even have those discussions. I mean, it's one person that makes this thing churn and has and I forget who it was that said. I don't know if it was Barkley or somebody that said that some of these athletes the WNBA athletes needed to be a little more accommodating and realize the fact that you used to stay at the Holiday Inn Express on road game, and now you're staying at these fancy hotels, and that's because of Caitlin Clark. So, but yeah, Sophie, $1,500 fine for her.
Yeah, you think she's going to pay that?
Somebody probably pay it for her.
I bet. How much you want to bet her girl Caitlin Clark picks that up? No, I'm not.
I'd pay it for her if she called me.
Like if you're going to speak up on my behalf like that for me, thank you so much. I'll gladly pay that fine.
If she hits the Dakota text line and says Double R, please pay that fine, I'll find $1,500. I'm about $14.99 short, but I'll find it to take care of Sophie.
Yeah, I got to turn these comments off. You guys are distracting the shit out of me. All right,
there they are.
We're supposed to have real fun conversations. Well, they are fun conversations, but I mean, you guys are distracting the hell out of me with
So we'll use the shirt tomorrow. I'll have the shirt on tomorrow. I had to do some.
Where you want to go first?
Shoot, what's there to talk about today? Let's see. Oh, we're
rolling out Ole Miss today for our top
Ole Miss.
We're going with number 15, so that'll be towards the bottom of the hour here.
Yeah. How about some NFL? How about some going back home after 11 years, back to, I guess not back to LA, but back to the Chargers? Keenan Allen.
Called the best route runner in the NFL. Does that still do it? Excuse me. Does that still do it for you?
Him?
Did he get separation?
33 years old, maybe a little
1-year deal. We know what this is. It's a 1-year deal. It's hey, let me get back to California. Let me get back to where my family's at. Or this is an assumption. And Jim Harbaugh would gladly embrace that, right? I'm not going to say that he's got the deep thread or deep wheels, but I do think he can get separation, with the mid-level routes or, 5 to 10-yard routes. I think, he's got the veteran savviness to him as well. We'll see pretty quick. If he can't get separation, Herbert won't be able to get the ball to him. So, and honestly, I think there's going to be a lot of play action with this offense too, which could create a lot of separation for Keenan Allen there. And you might get some big plays, but I'm not expecting like the Keenan Allen of old with the 40-yard, touchdown receptions, 40-yard plus touchdown receptions. So for fantasy trends and fantasy news, it moves the needle a little bit for Herbert, but again, it's not like this guy's got blazing speed anymore. If he had Quentin Johnson speed, absolutely, man, absolutely. But if and nuts were candy and butts, so what a world, amigo. Oh, what a world.
Here's what I'm curious to see with this. And again, this isn't the Keenan Allen of the heyday of being with the Chargers, but if I'm remembering correctly, I think Ladd McConkey is more of a slot type guy as well.
Yeah, so he'll be the guy that's able to eat you up between the hash marks. But again, like he gets separation because of his quickness. My point is, I don't know if Keenan Allen can get that separation now because of 33 years, a lot of wheels on them, a lot of miles on the wheels and stuff. So we'll see. Again, play action though, man. I think he can make some madness happen.
Yeah, I think that's where Keenan Allen will become, the second option. And that's, again, like talking about how does he handle it? Well, that's kind of the situation, I guess, he was in Chicago, with DJ Moore, where he was kind of, would think of him as the secondary.
But hold on one second, though. Is Caleb Williams better than Justin Herbert?
Oh, well,
I'm serious. Like, Justin Herbert's had a drop-off, but still, like, he's not as bad as Caleb Williams is right now.
Yeah. And the thing about it,
we'll see how Caleb Williams' production is going to be in his second year, but rookie season didn't go in his favor in my opinion. So
and the other part of this
made a play or two, but not much.
Yeah, and the thing about this, he's going back to Justin Herbert. I mean, it's not like he's got to go back there and figure out continuity.
Good point. There's some rapport there.
Yeah. So we'll watch this. We'll take a look and see what this does for the Chargers. I mean, because the West. I mean, what happens in the West? I mean, the West is suddenly
the West is still Kansas City in my opinion,
so,
right? Like it's always going to be Kansas City until proven otherwise. But I mean, it does move the needle for the Chargers a little bit from the wide receiver room, right? Getting a veteran savvy receiver in there, a guy with that can teach. Oh, maybe he can teach, some route running to QJ and help his separation a little bit better.
Yeah.
I'm about to dump Quentin Johnson. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for the magic to happen. I'm waiting for it to happen, but this could be the last season for it anyways for the Chargers. But
and this is where the entire AFC, the West, obviously it's Kansas City until otherwise. We can question whatever, and we can say that everybody else is getting better, but still you got to beat those guys. And it's the same thing that I say about Buffalo and the same thing about Baltimore, where they are that damn good, but for whatever reason, they can't get by Kansas City even when Kansas City's down. So prove me otherwise is
DJ
what I say
to
to
top
the AFC.
turnbuckle here, Double R. Genty will make the Raiders relevant. He's got a little point here. I still think when you get to the NFL, all that speed is kind of neutralized, right? Just because everybody's fast. And I don't know. We'll see. Like it's very rare that I don't know. Saquon Barkley did do it. You know what I mean? Like Saquon Barkley was a wrecking ball, was electrifying at Penn State, and then he was able to come over, a lot better now, with Philadelphia Eagles, it appears, than it was with the Giants. But he had some good flashes. He had some good memories with the Giants too. But we'll see, man. I'm very curious. I would love to see a running back like Genty be able to take off and kind of, ascend and join the ranks of a Derrick Henry, or kind of be like, have the torch passed from Derrick Henry to Genty here, right? Maybe we're starting to see it with a couple of other running backs around the league. You thought that maybe Christian McCaffrey was going to have it for a while, but prone to injury here. So again, and that could happen too. Too many totes for Genty, and
that's my fear.
The wheels could come off too. But hey, Geno, man, they try to write him off. He ain't writing back though. You know what I mean? That's the greatest. That might be one of the coldest lines ever. That and ice up, son, ice up. Those two drops are probably some of the best drops out there.
Yeah. The thing with Genty, I am fearful that he's going to get beat up. Is my concern with him, because I think he's gonna have to tote a lot of the load for that offense. Look, that offense has a great tight end. You've got some stuff on the outside, but I think they're going to be really run heavy, man.
This is a real question. This is a legitimate question to you, Double R. Mm-hmm. Is Bowers but you just said they got a great tight end. Is Bowers, out of his rookie season, is he the best tight end in the AFC?
I think he needs to.
First question. Is he better than Kelsey?
Well, here's back to Kansas City where it's like, okay, you need to give me a season where you outperform that guy, Kelsey. Get further.
What Bowers is doing with what he has, though, or what he was able to do with what he had, because the tight end / receiver is made from the quarterback. Like, it really is it's a two-way road there, man.
Yeah, and that's where, word of the day, intangible. That's where if you look at the intangibles, to me, Brock Bowers maybe already has superseded him, because he doesn't have Patty Mahomes throwing him the football and guiding that offense. Never has. Nothing close to that. But that guy is really good. That dude is really other tight ends. I mean, we're waiting for the kid in Atlanta to develop, and it just doesn't happen. Still waiting for that. I would have thought at this point that it would be those two guys as the premier tight ends in the NFL. One of them, the guy from the Raiders, is already there. The other guy, I'm still like, well, maybe this is a breakout year. maybe this is the breakout year, and it still doesn't happen. But yeah, Genty, man, he's gonna take a beating, I think, man. He's gonna take a beating.
Bowers clearly has the hands, right? And I
honestly, think you'd probably still go with Kittle. I mean, honestly,
I think Kittle's the best overall, because Kittle's a machine blocking too, right? Yeah. Like he finishes his block. He blocks through the damn play, so he puts you in through the damn ground, and usually you can see his ass blocking downfield 15 or 20 yards in the screen. So
yeah,
and he blocks multiple people. Like, he doesn't just do his assignment. He'll get up and hit somebody else's missed assignment. You know what I mean? Like, he's Kittle. I would love to have Kittle on my squad, but Bowers is a dude, bro. Like,
yeah,
and it's weird seeing a tight end that's not coming out of Iowa or around the Midwest, right? So
yeah, and kind of to this point right here, Wikipedia talking about Geno. I think that Geno is going to be the next dude in line to Joe Flacco, to where it's like you just look up and there he is. I heard him saying on ESPN this morning, because Shedeur Sanders.
Geno's a gamer, bro.
He absolutely is. But like with Flacco, because Shedeur is going to start, against Carolina on Thursday or Saturday, whenever they play. And they were talking about that Flacco, they were doing some running drills or something where they were like timing their speed. They said Flacco is still one of the quickest guys on the team. And that dude's like, how old is he? He's closer to my age than
I think he's
Shedeur Sanders.
I think he's 40. I think Flacco's 40, bro. Like, I'm pretty sure, or he's 39. He's like on the cusp. He's on the brink of it.
Yeah.
So right here, Steven Delgado from the top turnbuckle here. Laporta, I think Laporta is proven, right? Like, I'd love to give Andrews some hype and love, but Andrews is starting to come, off that slope there, kind of like with the Kelsey vibe. Their generation's starting to turn it over and pass the torch. That's a really good call with Laporta, right? He's got one hell of a, an outlet, hitting him too, with golf there. So yeah, but he's a nasty blocker. You see it on film, like he can get after it with the Campbell's Crusaders.
Yeah.
I'm with you, man. I think Laporta probably 1. Bowers 2. I'm gonna give Bowers the nod over Kelsey, just because not Kelsey, down the middle Kittle, just because usually he's banged up or hurt in these latter portions of the year or latter portion of his career. But yeah, if we're talking a perfect world here and he's completely healthy all the time, then sure, that's a little bit of a cop out right there, but I'd give the nod to Kittle over Bowers in a perfect world. But right now, Bowers is pretty clean, dude. But those are my top 3. You know what I mean? Laporta, Bowers, and Kittle. I can't roll with Warren in the top 3, or at least give him a nod over Bowers. Right. I think that's my trinity right now. That's my trinity of tight ends.
I think where it's hard with Kittle and Kelsey, or Kelsey and Kittle, however you want to rank them right there, is where you really kind of struggle to supersede them, let somebody else supersede them, is that they kind of are the face right now for what the tight end is. It's kind of been those two guys that have honed it in to the, like we talk about, to the blocking and all that too, but a very athletic big guy, that became integral parts of the offense, where you're not just solely relying on that tight end for 3rd down and 3 as an extra blocker.
Right.
Yeah. So I think that's a lot.
They're scripted in the first play now.
Right.
Instead of, hey man, if it's a safety release valve here, he's going to be right off in the flat. What I mean?
It's like a hybrid. It's like a hybrid player with the tight end now. Look at Texas last year with Gunnar Helm. That dude.
Shit, Sanders too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Take it back, Rodney. Take it back. Where you want to go first, amigo? I'll kind of bogart it.
So we got that one covered. I meant to ask you the other day too, when it comes to Cleveland. Why did
ask me?
I meant to ask you there, Adam. Why did they signed another quarterback? See, that Snoop Huntley is in Cleveland Brown camp too now. It's like, how many fucking quarterbacks you
Ronnie,
need?
we're up to 6 now, Ronnie. We're up to 6.
Wow.
You just never know in Cleveland, right? The cold winds off Lake Erie can come up and bite you in the ass. So
I think a couple of those dudes have
Lake Erie, isn't it?
Shit, I don't know, man. You get me past Oklahoma, and I don't know the rivers.
Pretty sure that's Lake Erie.
It's got to be. I thought that was in Michigan. Hell, I don't know, man.
No, that's Lake Michigan, Dick. What are you talking about? Where are you at here? Come on, man.
On that note, let's talk about our friends at Cobra BK before we start diving in here. Your new
you got it.
Car, truck, or SUV. It is our friends at Covert BK. Check it out.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
That's right. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And don't forget, friends, there's a new lawyer in town. When that storm hits, you need to call Hurricane Hecht.
Me too. All right, I'll take the script down. Go ahead.
Oh, no.
I already took the script down. You got it. Go ahead.
All right. Here we go. That's Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in Austin. Don't know if he handles if you get hit by a flying dildo. That's a personal injury, I guess. So you could call Ryan Hurricane Hecht.
Could turn into a personal injury.
That's right. Like they say, when the weather's bad, stop what you're doing right now and listen to the sound of my voice. Put this number in your phone, 512-938-8929. Title it Hurricane Hecht. Proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. Right? He's not just a lawyer, friends. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire and pride into the courtroom. It's a car accident, hurt on the job, flying dildos, whatever it is. Call Hurricane Hecht. He's been fighting for justice for over a decade. He's ready to do that for you. And the good news, there's more. You don't pay unless you win. That's right, friends. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets money in your pocket. Aggressive in court, compassionate with clients. Ryan knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right for you. Friend of the show, fighter for the people, Austin-based, Texas proud. Don't let that big insurance company bully you around. Let Hurricane Hecht blow their case out of the water. Call him today. Again, that number, 512-938-8929. Put it on speed dial. You can also email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHTlawfirm.com. Be sure and tell him Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. And the breaking news, we might have Hurricane Hecht on this show in the next few days.
I thought it was happening. I didn't think there was a might. I thought it was happening.
I think maybe I missed the confirmation, which I probably did, but
or maybe I just jumped the gun like I usually do. So,
well, that's all right. We'll get him on here. We can ask some law questions.
We're gonna get the story of the hurricane. That's what's gonna.
That's right. We can find out. So that's it right there. Coming soon.
Is that breaking news? I don't know if that's breaking news or constitutes for breaking news, but I'll take it.
Hurricane.
I know what is. I know what's what's big, bold, and beautiful, and that's AV Consultations. He called the big guy himself, Tom McKay, 512-255-8678. And it's not too late, to get the summer of your dreams, the patio of your dreams out there in this dead-ass heat, summer heat, man. You're going to need something to kind of take your mind off that heat while you're outside. And what better way to have the best audio system of your dreams or best video system of your dreams with audio-visual consultations? But don't take my word for it. Let's hear from the crew themselves.
Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
That is right. avconsultations.com. Hey, Wags, before we get into Ole Miss here, little sports business news I saw. So the red zone thing, all of that, acquiring the NFL Network, ESPN has officially done that.
So look, it's also apparently ESPN is also acquiring the rights to NFL Network as well. So and own that studio and I guess all the shows. I mean, if you liked what you were getting in terms of a little break or piece of fresh air from ESPN's broadcast and you went over to the NFL Network, you're probably going to get some of the same scripted shit now. I'm just to give you a heads up. So Disney, man, Disney takes over. They're buying up everything. It's like Monopoly, baby. It's like Monopoly.
Well, and that's where I was really hoping when I first heard about all of this that stuff doesn't change. Our man Hansen, what'd you call him?
Scott Hansen.
Chris Hansen. Yeah, I just hope that stays.
Why don't you take us when he comes in here? You guys joke on it and shit on it, right? But when he opens up on ESPN and says, "Why don't you take a seat?" You guys will be like, "Fucking Wagner, he had it. He knew it the entire time." I'm kidding. If he watches the show, then maybe he'd do it, but he doesn't watch the show. But yeah. Scott Hansen. Why don't you take a seat?
I just hope that they don't ESPN all this shit up. And I mean they acquired
Rodney. They're going to.
I know. I'm waiting to hear Screaming A. Smith on there on Sunday. Special analyst today, Screaming A. Smith, and then he's going to roll his ass out there and be acting a fool, and all of these different people. But it's like, man, but they get NFL fantasy football also, so they're going to roll that. I'm not sure what they're going to do there, but I love where I see different.
Matt Berry will probably take his show and roll it over to the NFL studio.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If I'm just kind of trying to throw stuff at the wall here, he just kind of he aligns more with NFL Network than he does with ESPN football, right? Or at least in my opinion. I don't know. Now that he'll be isolated with the NFL studios, probably have more news, notes, and nuggets there. So
I was looking. I read one of the releases with it to where it says the production will continue to be NFL Network, blah 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 blah, kind of a seamless transition and so forth. It'll just kind of be who controls what and rights and so forth. But you know that they're going to have to put that Bristol imprint on it somewhere. And I guess there must be a lot of money floating around because I'm reading right now they acquired like the WrestleMania and all that shit. Is going to ESPN streaming stuff. So it's like, geez,
it's probably not a good thing. Probably not a good thing. So
I don't think so. Kind of like the Peacock, you know what I mean?
For us, it's probably not a good thing. So
no, that's exactly right. That's we, the end user, are the ones that get the lime green dildo when this thing is all said and done. Right? I mean,
next. I mean, we should, start taking guesses on what game the green dildo is going to make an appearance at next, or who is? Are there multiple? There's clearly multiple tossers. There are multiple tossers in this gang of dildos.
Great choice of words. Multiple tossers. Well, they arrested one,
Sometimes
right?
Sometimes
they
I
charged
hit it.
one.
Sometimes I don't, man.
They charged one dude. So anyway, there you go.
Where do you want to go next, amigo? Where you want to go?
It's your business news. You want to hit that top? What we doing? Top 20.
Top 20, yeah. The number 15 here, the Ole Miss Rebels.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think Joey Freshwater missed his window. The window of opportunity was last year. The offensive line last year had combined 222 starts. They're down to 73 this year. They've dropped their top 3 wide receivers from last year, and they, miss a, farewell to a 3-year starter of Jackson Dart. And I know that Austin Simmons proved himself in one drive, a long sustaining drive against the Georgia Bulldogs, but still a lot of questions are yet to be answered. Their wide receiver room is deep, but still, with some transfers that they were able to collect in the offseason, but still they lost their top 3 wide receivers. They got to be able to reload, and they don't have their offense on 73 combined starts. So they got 2 offensive linemen from last year. So it's rough, and their defense is down. I think only one returning starter on their defense. I know it says 6 that return here in Phil Steele's book, but actually looking into it, I think it's only 1, as a matter of fact. So
yeah. This offense averaged 526 yards per game last year, and almost 39 points. You lose that, and I think
if they didn't have that meltdown, Rodney, they could have been. They could have been in the driver's seat, in my opinion, man.
Took care of Georgia, right? I mean, hell, took care of Georgia. I know a team near and dear to our hearts that couldn't take care of Georgia twice. So it was. This would seem like the year for them where it's playoffs or nothing, but it's just the attrition. I mean, and you lose damn near 2,000 yards out of the backfield with guys that are no longer
you got a lot
there.
to supplement. You got a lot of questions to answer. So, where you want to go down the schedule here? You want to see what these Ole Miss Rebels can do.
I've seen so have you checked? So for them, I see anywhere some of the prognosticators 8.5, 7.5 on the win total.
That's pretty on point. I think that's good math right there. I got them at 8 wins.
Yeah. Let's take a
roll
through here.
All right, let's go. First game kickoff week, right? Georgia State. That's nice little cupcake there. Thank you very much. That's a win.
Yeah.
Then they go at Kentucky. Yes, sir. That's a win. Arkansas. That's a win.
Yep.
Tulane. I got them beating Tulane. I got them losing in the Bayou in Death Valley.
Right there with you.
Got them beating Washington State, and then I got them losing at
those 2 games
right here. This is the gauntlet right here for
those games right there.
October.
This week,
October. It gets pretty brutal here for Mississippi. October 28th, they're on the road, beg your pardon. October 18th, they're on the road at Georgia. That's a loss. All right. They don't have much time to lick their wounds and recover because next week they're on the road at Oklahoma. That's a loss. All right. I think the Sooners are going to be able to beat the Rebels here. Got a chance to get right and right the ship against South Carolina. They get a win there. They get a win against the Citadel. And then this could go either way. Wow. Honestly, this year, November 15th is a nice little showdown with the Gators. I want to say I'd give the edge to Ole Miss, but it's in the swamp. Or no, excuse me, beg your pardon. It's at home. So I want to say I give the edge to Ole Miss. After the meltdown last year against Florida, right? I'm giving the edge to Sunbelt Billy here. A loss to Florida. They have a win to finish off strong with Mississippi State. Gets them at 8-4. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the 2 October games are really going to be the telling thing here. You're not going to beat LSU. I just don't know.
But if they can sneak one of those October games, right? Maybe the Sooners of any, I would think. But if they can beat the Sooners, that's that's a chance at not even 8-4. That's a chance at maybe even 10-2 there.
Yeah, that's the one that you really have to circle, because if you get beat by Georgia and you lose to LSU, you've got to take care of Oklahoma. And of course, the Egg Bowl's in here too, where that kind of, I don't know. Again, that's kind of one of the throw the records out of the thing here. But I mean, the defense is where I really wonder, like you were talking about, because you lost a lot and you didn't. Wags, they gave up 14 points a game last year, and that is unbelievable.
It wasn't talked about much because of their electric offense, right?
Yeah.
Like Harris was fantastic last year with Jackson Dart, and then they, in the latter portion of the season, they were doing stuff without Harris. Remember, Harris went out. Harris got hurt, so it's just I think the window closed for Lane Kiffin. It sucks. 10-3 last year, but again, I thought they underperformed with the roster that they had. 222 combined career starts. It was the most in college last year. That's why I was very big on them. Down to 73 this year.
Yeah,
not as high.
And that's where, with the defense, I mean, you get the Clemson transfer, Fegan, I believe, in the secondary. So there you go. I mean, where you're lacking, I mean, because you lose, and then you bring in the kid from South Alabama, Ricky Fletcher, to add a little bit of depth right there. So that's what you need right there. But it's just a lot that you lost. And look, I mean, this program has put itself in a great spot with what it's done over the last couple of years. But I do think that the window did close on them, especially as everyone else in the SEC continues to get better. But yeah, that OU game, man, that OU game is going to mean a hell of a lot when it comes to double-digit wins and playoff.
I'm serious, like that. Like the OU game could be the pivotal game, right? They steal one. If they steal Oklahoma, they have a chance to beat Florida. I have a little bit more optimism that they beat Florida. All right, then that would basically take it from a projected 8-4 to a 10-2, and that's a lot more appealing. Now you got some chest thumping to do to get yourself into the playoff, but right now I don't have them in the playoff. I just don't like too many questions to answer. I mean a win at Georgia, real quick, a win at Georgia State, then they're at Kentucky. They host Arkansas, host Tulane, host LSU. Washington. This is a tough schedule, man. This is a brutal schedule. I mean, it's not as tough as Florida.
It's just the way it lays out too. I mean, because
but thankfully they get Arkansas and LSU at home. Like, thankfully, because I mean, going and Florida too, for that matter. Like, I don't think Florida is like the cream of the crop of the SEC, but I think they've ascended back to the middle of the pack in the SEC.
Yeah.
Again, and like you said yesterday, that's all on leak when we were covering Florida. So
yeah, and where you have to, I mean, it's been a great job that Lane Kiffin has done here, and
I don't think Mississippi. I'm sorry, go ahead. What were you saying?
No. What I was going to say, he's done a great job here with the program. It's been a good turnaround. I mean, like we said, the wins and the near misses and so forth. But the other part that when you really get in here and study this team, they average 7.2 penalties a game. That's execution is one thing, but I mean, that's not, I mean, execution issues are a problem.
Discipline. Execution's fine. Discipline is
right.
Problem.
Right. And this team, it's those intangibles. Again, they were horrible in the red zone. I mean, this was not a good red zone team.
I can't hear that word without thinking of Bill Belichick.
I know. These guys, I mean, you go back and you look at them in the red zone last year, and it was when you look at how close they were and the near misses and so forth, it's like, man, if you could have cleaned up some of that red zone stuff. Red zone and penalties were the things that got this team last year, and that's execution.
Turnovers like a melt. Like, honestly, like Jackson Dart's meltdown against Florida is what did it. And I'm not trying to put it all on Jackson Dart, but I mean that was just terrible. That was tumultuous. Yeah. So you mentioned the Egg Bowl real quick, and I know anything can kind of go in the Egg Bowl, but Mississippi State is, I mean, they're the basement of the SEC in my opinion right now. So it's tough for me to give them a little bit of a nod. That any wild card week, anything could happen when you're talking about the Egg Bowl, but I think Ole Miss is going to walk away with that one. Worst case 8-4, best case 10-2 for Ole Miss here.
Yeah. And I think the thing is, when you really look at this group, I mean, you utilize the portal like we talked about a little bit there. So that's, and again, you're going to be better in the portal when you're having 10-3 seasons, because they're going to want to go there. Yeah.
But when you lose your top 3 wide receivers, that's pretty brutal. Pretty brutal. And your 3-year starting quarterback. So
yeah. He's doing a really good job of getting the prospects in Mississippi. So that's great. But again, you need to kind of expand. They got what was it? Five of the top blue chippers are going to Ole Miss. So you're doing that well, but you kind of got to broaden it. It's not all about Mississippi. You're not just playing a Mississippi State and teams in Mississippi. So yeah, all or nothing, it seems like this year. I mean, time to take that next move. I just think that your attrition's been a little too much for you to be able to do that.
They'll still qualify for a bowl. I think they'll qualify for a bowl regardless.
Absolutely.
But I mean, like it's either 10-2 or in the playoff or 8-4, and you're going to be home for Christmas. Well, you won't be home for Christmas, but you're just not going to be playing in the playoff.
Yeah. And I think the other part of it, where I think a lot of people, fans, supporters, whatever, donors of this program, that the bar has kind of been set now. And so people are like really expecting big things, which you should. You want to get better. But when you really break this thing down, it's like it's going to be hard to get better because you've had notable losses.
Yeah, and again, Windows absolutely shrunk in my opinion. All right, amigo, where do you want to go next?
Yeah.
Got anything else?
Absolutely. What else do we have? What time is it? 9:47. So tomorrow will be, I don't know who the next team is. Who is next?
And if we're going off the coaches poll?
Yeah. So tomorrow will be SMU. No, we did SMU. It's number 14, whoever it is.
It's excuse me, it is Michigan.
Oh, that'll be fun. Michigan will be fun. The great Michigan Wolverines. Micah Parsons update. Jerry Jones he's not confident. He's worried that you may not have Micah Parsons.
So I saw this too, right? Like Jerry Jones said that the confidence of him not being there for the opener, for Dallas's opener is not confident at all. So yeah, trouble in paradise, my guys. Like, we're sitting here thinking that, things are going to get done. And I'm out here voicing, an opinion of, it's all for hoopla and ratings and, trying to keep Dallas in, I guess in the news for the NFL relevancy here. But I mean, look, at the end of the day, man, if Micah Parsons is not happy, and look, I heard what BK was saying too. Like, that's a good point. Like, everybody else is getting their edge rushers down or getting their defensive stalwarts, signed, right, and getting them inked in. Micah Parsons, I can't fault him for it. Like, wanting to get his paycheck while he's while his dollar's up or while his game is up. But at the end of the day, man, you're still playing on your contract, your old contract. Now, I got that you have leverage. I understand that, but this is what drives me nuts with these contract issues and situations, right? And you have to, like, we do it in our jobs too, right? When you get to your 6-month mark, you start to say, hey, I'd like to, talk to you about this position, or you're talking about extending my contract or seeing about another another job out there. But you can't ultimately just say, hey, if I don't get this, I'm not showing up, right?
Yeah.
Parsons kind of can. Like, it's a different market. It's a different type of world that they live in. Okay. Like that NFL and NBA talent live in, and MLB talent, sports, athletes. It's just different. Like, the leverage is there, but if you're Jerry Jones, like, you kind of want to stick to your guns and kind of, see this thing out and hey, play on faith, play on the good faith that we've always taken care of our boys here, right?
Yeah.
And if you want to be a Cowboy, and retire here for your career, I'm going to take care of you. You have to think that Jerry Jones will do that. He's made good on everything. Every time before, he's made good on it, Rodney. You'd like to think that he would make it now. If Parsons is patient, I'm pretty sure he's going to be the highest paid player in the NFL.
Yeah.
Or excuse me, the highest played non-position or non-quarterback position in the NFL.
Yeah, but pardon the pun, but a star for the Cowboy star has never gotten away. I mean, Emmitt Smith. I mean, the guys you have on the team
never, dude.
It's always been.
I mean, it's a different instant gratification and I guess fame and success. People, it's tough, right? Like, do you sacrifice the hardware for the money or for the bag? That's what the ultimate question is going to come down to. Like, and usually when you talk about the greats got the hardware, or the greats have the hardware.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be hard to mention. And Micah Parsons is a Hall of Famer. I mean, in my opinion, I think he's got the resume, the body of work to get him into the Hall of Fame. And I mean, it's a definite shoe-in if he gets a championship here. But those are hard to come by, and you'd like to think that you got the bag already, and play on faith. I'm not Micah Parsons, but from the outside looking in, from an outsider looking in, and being a Giants fan, I know that Jerry Jones has always made good to his guys, right? And if you stick around Jerry Jones, you'll not only will you get your money, but you'll be happy to, and you'll be taken care of. So the thing that might be also looming on the back of his mind too is, if he does stay, will he get a championship? That could be weighing in too. Like, if he stays there, if he signs the contract, is he signing himself to never getting a championship?
Right. Exactly.
I mean, seriously, let's think about that notion for a minute.
And let's think when this gets done, because it's going to get done. I mean, you're going to have the highest paid quarterback, Dak Prescott. You're going to have the highest paid receiver. Then you're going to have the highest paid non-quarterback, defensive player, edge, and you're still not going to win championships. And that's where a part of me, as a frustrated Cowboy fan, just where this year it's just kind of taking it to a different level, Wags, because I'm tired of all the backdoor stuff, trying to do deals without the agent and all of these different things. That's the way we do business now, unfortunately. I mean, it doesn't matter. I was a real estate agent for a year.
Hey, you might be tired of it, but Lamar Jackson is not. It's worked for Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, he made it work for him. Cheap ass, didn't want to pay an agent as a old real estate agent.
How is that cheap? Why are you being?
Because when I was a real estate agent, I commanded 3%. I'm just saying, but no, I get that, and that's fine if you're going to represent yourself.
If somebody can do your job for you, then I don't think they're being a cheapskate or a cheap ass.
But the whole thing is just the kind of different ways that I'm just over it. And there's a lot of me that, as a Cowboys fan, where I'm like, you know what? I wish Micah would call their bluff and go somewhere else. I hear he'd love to go to the Commanders.
You say that now, but when he's on the other sideline and he's sacking Dak Prescott, you're gonna be like, son of a bitch.
No, I'm gonna laugh.
You say that? No, you won't. You say that now.
And so I heard some sound yesterday. I didn't have time to pull it, but Jane Slater asked Jerry Jones at camp yesterday. She's like throwing these dates out. So like for Dak Prescott, it was September 4th. For CeeDee Lamb, it was whatever, all close to the season. Give me a date. Do we have a date for Micah? And he's like, well, I don't have one. It takes two, whatever. And then at one part of this conversation, he's like, boy, I didn't really realize how they were in such close proximity to the start of the season.
Yes, he did.
What?
Yes, he did. They ride it out every year, man. I don't know. That's why I go back and forth on this thing, man. Like I think it's by design sometimes. And then, man, if Jerry's out, shit, man. I don't know. Jerry's a good actor too. He's been on those Sheridan shows, right? Jerry can act.
It's one of those things because, like, right now,
strings, right?
Yeah, they're over there in Oxnard, and it's like Micah's over there. He's like standing over there, and the Jones are over there, and Stephen Jones has his back to him, and all this. I'm like, yeah, I think a lot more. Every time I see something like that, I lean more to your theory. I'm like, this is all theatrical. They're all in on this shit together. I mean,
I only think it's theory because Jerry Jones loves the media and loves the spotlight. So. And what is he doing now? He dominates the news in the offseason. He's done it the past 5 years, or at least the past 3 years. He's dominated the news.
Lead story. Here's Jerry on Micah yesterday.
Again, your definition of urgent is not necessarily. I don't believe you gave a definition.
I did.
Okay.
I just asked when does it get urgent.
So I stay urgent.
Okay. Okay, any confidence that he will be on the field against Philadelphia?
Again, no, absolutely not. That has to big part of that is his decision. Right. How would I know that? I'm just saying. No, but I'm urgent.
I'm urgent. Like foreigner.
Urgent.
Oh my God.
Urgent.
Jerry.
Oh my God.
How many other owners do you see doing this shit?
I don't see any other owners talking to the media, my guy. I just don't. So
the only other clown ass owner was Dan Snyder. And look what happened to that.
I wouldn't call him a clown. He was just a shithead. He was a piece of shit. So.
That guy was just horrible. That guy was just
he's a horrible, not just a horrible owner, a horrible human being, a horrible individual. And just,
oh my Lord. When
they say that people like him are the scum of the earth, like they ain't bullshit. They absolutely aren't.
Yeah. So we'll see what goes down today, Wags in Oxnard. More Jerry Jones sound, I'm sure, coming today. And this is where it's so cool having Nick Harris on here, because he talks about all these different things that he sees there. And it's like, I follow Nick and I read his posts and I'm like, man, there's got to be a lot of Nick where he's just like frustrated writing this shit. It's like, come on, man.
I'm actually glad that I don't cover the Cowboys because of this shit. What do you want? I mean, it's been brutal, on the baseball front too. We want to talk about baseball for a little bit?
Yeah, man. Yeah. How you feeling over there?
Not good. Not getting the shit beat out of us for the past couple of nights, man.
You got rid of everybody.
Yeah. Well, no, not. Well, yeah. Good.
Not everybody.
Key cogs. But yeah, it's you're trying to get your young talent to shine and kind of come on strong. Troy's back. What's up, Troy? What's going on? Just look at DeMarcus Ware. That's not who Micah is looking at. Didn't he also eventually get his ring? At least played Super Bowl, or at least played in Super Bowl with Denver and Philly. That's a good point there.
Got it with Denver,
dude. I got to turn the comments on. It's Troy been in the welcome back, bro. Welcome back, dude.
There's, as frustrating as it is to bring this up for you, Saquon Barkley, when he's like, you know what, y'all don't want me,
man. I was having a good day today.
See you later. I'm leaving. And what's he go do? Win a Super Bowl. There's a little bit of me that would piss me off. It would piss me off, like you said. But if Mike,
I don't hate it, but it hurts, right? Like it hurts, and I'm happy for Saquon Barkley to get his ring, but it hurts seeing it. It's kind of like taking a butter knife and just digging it into your wound, right? Like just tearing, especially when it's the fucking Eagles.
That's the worst part.
That's the worst. It's the Eagles that are doing it to you, and it's like just a dull butter knife, and it's just going in a singular motion like a drill bit would, and it's just right at your rib.
Yeah,
too. It's just awful.
And two of the top landing places that keep coming up if something were to happen
is Philly
and the Redskins. And it's like, I mean, come on. I mean,
and Dan Quinn would eat him up right away. Like,
you drop that dude there.
Let's go, bro. Let's go.
Holy smoke. And then it's like, I mean, I don't know, Jerry. I mean, sheesh. Imagine the outcry. You thought that Nico thing was bad. Holy smoke. I don't know. Back to baseball. Back to other frustrating.
Baltimore took a thumping again. Couldn't even get on the board last night. 5-0. Got O-ring there. Pretty bad. It's bad baseball in Baltimore again, Rodney. Hopefully we can right the ship. I was going to have Al Walsh on here this week, but after the potential sweep from the Phillies, I don't want to talk to Walsh for a couple of days now. So
there you go.
That's right. You talk. I get on you about having the emotion. I'm also the guy that gets emotional too. I think I've said this and stated this from time to time. I'm the guy that if we lost in gym class, my day would be ruined. You know what I mean? Like, or if I didn't see you putting out to your fullest potential in gym class, I'd kind of come over and motivate you a little bit and be like, "What's going on?" You ever seen? You ever seen Superbad?
Oh yeah.
Right, where Franco, I think it's Dave Franco. It's James Franco's little brother comes on he's Everett or whatever his name. I can't remember his name and the character's name, but he comes on the the soccer field. He's like, "What the hell, man? We're down 3 points, man. 3 points." And they're playing soccer. He should have said goals, by the way. But he's like, "Are you kidding me? It's Greg." He plays this guy named Greg. It's soccer, Greg. Are you kidding me? It's soccer. That's how I was in team sports, man. I always wanted to win regardless, dude. I hate that losing feeling. Someone said it best before. I rather not lose than win, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like the pitted feeling of losing hurts more than the joy and just the thrill of victory, right? Like the win's great, but the loss just sucks so much more. Like I don't want to feel it.
Yeah, I have a real hard time doing things half-ass if it's something that I'm really going to get invested in. And I have a really bad tendency to, if I'm going to dive in and do something, I'm going to do it to the fullest extent of my abilities. And a lot of times I don't even think about financial repercussions. Hello, golf. But it's, it's one of those things where it's like, shit's always showing up here now. It's like the wife is like, what's in here? Well, anyway, but yeah, it's like you just kind of, yeah. But now for the Astros taking care of business right there, taking care of Miami, where it's like Astros just need to win. Good outing.
Well, it is Miami. Yeah. Orioles get a chance to kind of steal one here at 11:30 today. We got a day game, so we'll see. But yeah, your Stros, man. I mean, Rangers actually stole one too, didn't they? Young, matter of fact, Young getting the lumber back
night before.
Young.
He had a walk-off
the other night, 2 nights ago.
Yeah,
Walk-off.
absolutely.
Against the Yankees, I think. Am I correct?
7-5 was that one. Yeah, yes, Allison Brie. Well, Rangers won again last night because Justice is back. Doesn't matter. Justice isn't served as the Yankees lose again. Yeah, Allison Brie.
I don't even know. Steve B, you have not gone unnoticed so good, sir. I know that you keep putting Athlete of the Week candidates in our DMs. I appreciate you, man. I usually forget. Now that there's sports back on, man, it's going to be tough to get the athletes in.
Hell, now we talk about them all the time. WNBA.
Yeah, the WNBA Wednesdays. So.
We talk about them all the time. But Jason Alexander, 6 scoreless innings last night. That's good. Good pitching. I like that. And our man Jesse Sanchez, not Jesus Cristo, Jesus Sanchez back to Miami. First at bat. Take that, bitches. A double scores Pena. Hey, man. Jeremy Pena, good night. So he's
starting to come together, Pepper. Starting to come together.
Starting to come back.
You know what? Do we have top 5 baseballs? We got to put top 5 baseball movies on there, too. Like, I think we've done sports movies. I don't think we've done baseball movies. I think we've done sports movies, but not baseball movies. Right? Like, I would venture to say that Major League would be on both of our lists or most of our list, I would think. The Natural, I love The Natural. Not many people are into The Natural. 8 Men Out. 8 Men Out is a great baseball movie. There's so many.
I like the one with the ladies, and I mean, not
League of Their Own. Absolutely, man.
It's a great movie. That's a great movie. Yeah.
Where he throws, and I don't condone violence, but when that little kid is you stink, you're gonna lose, and Tom Hanks throws the mitt and hits the kid like that was a natural reaction from Tom Hanks. He just bursts out and just and you see everybody in the background laughing.
And
like it's just like, holy shit, he just did that. Like all the girls that are sitting on the bench in the dugout, they're cracking up. They're having it's hysterical.
Yeah.
Like it's shit like that, man.
I was watching this thing yesterday, Wags, just killing time in between meetings, and it was a thing about Smokey and the Bandit, my favorite movie ever. And they were talking about how there was not really a script for that movie at all, where they pretty much ad-libbed that entire Jackie Gleason.
Just Burt Reynolds and Sally Field,
and mainly Jackie Gleason. Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, hey, I did want to mention too. So,
what you want to mention, Double R?
For our man JJ Redd, or JJ quarterback for the Vikings, JJ McCarthy.
JJ Redick, yeah.
Jordan Anderson suspended 3 games, my man. 3 games.
I saw that. Jordan Anderson, right up the road from where I grew up in Frederick, Maryland. There. So substance, or I guess, not following and breaking the league's policy on substance. Yeah, probably a little bit of weed, right? Probably a little bit of weed. Okay, living in the clouds a little bit there, trying to slow it down. The guy goes a little too fast. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's going to be a big hit for the Vikings. As long as you got Jay Jettas there, it's basically just adding to Jay Jettas at that point, right? You're talking about the best slot receiver in the league, arguably the best slot receiver in the league. I don't even think it's arguable anymore. I think he's number one. But yeah, when you add Addison to that, I mean that wide receiver room is just magical. It's absolutely magical, right? And then with you sprinkle a little bit of Hockenson, onto it too, it can be even more, electric. Jones did re-sign, right? They re-signed Jones coming out of the backfield there. So JJ McCarthy's got some tools to work with. So we talked about that Minnesota Vikings offense being a very quarterback-friendly offense, right? So you'd like to think that JJ McCarthy being able to come off the injury that he had, he's still got, a plethora of weapons to work with. He'll only lose, Addison for what, three games is the report. So, back before the quarter turn mark of the season, and gives them enough time to kind of, get in the flow there. What are the Vikings' first 3 games since we're on the topic here? Let's check that out.
I was actually looking at that a while back, and I didn't make note of what those were.
I'll pull it right here.
I think you're going to have you're probably going to have at least one central opponent in there.
You got Chicago, Atlanta, and Cincinnati. So you're on the road at Chicago, and then you host Atlanta. You'd like to think that they could probably beat Atlanta, right? They could probably beat Chicago, honestly.
Where's that one? Is that
at Chicago? It's at Chicago.
At Chicago. Okay.
They host Atlanta, and then they have Cincinnati. Now Cincinnati's they're kind of structured the same way that the Minnesota Vikings are. It's like crazy, high-powered offense, right? Probably one of the best. Another wide receiver room that's loaded, right? Just an absolute loaded wide receiver room. And then, obviously the nod goes to Burrow with the quarterback, I would say. But yeah, that's Cincinnati's high-powered offense against Minnesota's high-powered offense. They probably lose that one there. So Jordan Addison, comes back, after to a team that's 2-1 potentially, and then the Vikings can get, off and running there with that wide receiver.
I think that's
full-fledged.
One of the really cool things to watch there in that division, as good as that division is with Minnesota, Chicago, Green Bay, all of that, is which one of those young quarterbacks takes that next step? Is it Caleb? Is it JJ? I mean, which one of them, is the, and can they supersede Green Bay?
Dude, I think two of them have already taken that next step when talking about Nix and Daniels. So.
Yeah. Oh man, I heard something this morning. I heard Denver thrown around in there is that they're going to win the West and they might get to the Super Bowl. Again, these are talking heads, but it's like when you think about that, it's like
city guy. Like I love what Denver's doing. Like they're ascending, but it's still the West is still Kansas City's division in my opinion. Until they get beat. I've bet against them the past 2 seasons and lost. I'm not doing it again. I'm just not. I'm going to wait until the trend happens.
Yep, absolutely.
Jordan, what's up, good sir?
What up? What are we talking about on this wonderful hump day?
Just talking some. I'm sorry, my wife just sent me something. Just talking NFL, probabilities and shit like that. Just going around the league and stuff. Talking about Micah news and all that, and we went through our top 20. Team, which, number 15 team today, Ole Miss, out of the coaches poll. So we did a little rundown on that. What you got cooking, man? What's on this slate? What's on the agenda?
We got some recruiting stuff, some NFL stuff, kind of just scatter shooting college and pro football. A few different topics lined up today. But yeah, was going to wait for the show. Or for our show, but wanted to ask y'all, I guess we can just get it out of the way now. Hard Knocks came out last night. It's the Bills this season. Have y'all seen it?
No, who brought Rodney? Did you just, what was, Jordan, I don't know if you saw this. You got to answer this. Answer this first, and then I'll answer your question. Jordy, who is your favorite Texas State alum, and why is it Alexis, Texas?
I didn't even know she went there.
I didn't know she went there
a while back. I found that out a while back somehow.
You would doing some extensive research there.
She chatted me. No, I'm just kidding.
Why would you have to go to college to be a porn star?
You got to take film class, right? Got to take film.
What are we talking about?
You got to learn production value somewhere.
I don't know. Hey, I did see though. Let me pull up. I have a funny ass tweet about this that I do want to pull up. Give me 1 sec.
Welcome, Turbo. Already shaking his head.
Good morning, fellas. Just
Turbo, who's your favorite Texas State alumni?
It's Lyndon B. Johnson.
Oh my God.
No!
Look at this guy.
No, it's the ultimate leader of all time.
Hey, I'm gonna be more noble. I'm going with Jeff Howe.
Jeff Howe.
There you go. Good.
Yeah. All right, this is what I wanted to show you about the problem the WNBA is dealing with some toys being thrown on the court. So you can now bet what color the next dildo will be that's thrown on the court. Someone on Twitter is like, this is an infinite money glitch. You buy a WNBA ticket, $30, buy a blue dildo, $15, and max bet the blue dildo at $5,000. Now all you got to do is throw it onto the court and you've made $70,000.
Nice.
Like, how about that?
You can move the needle here, guys. Haven't they all been green though?
Yep.
I have no idea. I don't watch the WNBA or pay attention to the colors
lying.
of sex toys.
Stop lying. You don't have to lie to kick it. You don't have to lie to be cool.
See, this is another reason we need a WNBA team in Austin, because we imagine the shit that would go on here. Lord have mercy. It'd be off the hook, man. I still don't understand how you get that in the arena.
Well, that's the hardest part.
Literally.
There's only one place to stick it. There's a concealed place to put that thing.
Because now they're looking for it. Before, maybe it would have been a little bit easier, but now, they're patting you down, and if they pat you down,
we're gonna crowdsource here. Does anyone know what they're usually made of? Because
silicone, right? Aren't they?
Rubber or
there to be
plastic.
silicone detectors in WNBA arenas now. Like, how is this gonna work?
See, I'm thinking that maybe most people that are doing this are actually ladies, because you're not going to pat a lady down there if she's got it stuck down in there. It's a little.
It's 2025. You can stick something anywhere these days.
Why does that have to be there? You could pull one in your waistband and walk in. It's not going to set off a metal detector.
Bucky said yesterday they stick it up their ass.
What you have to do in high school when you'd have like a morning wood or something where you had to unbutton your belt loop and tuck it into your belt. What are you talking about here?
All right. Well,
what are you talking about here?
Walk around with a towel.
No, you can't give a half-cocked comment and not elaborate.
You put your game program in front of your pants.
We gotta get the full comment here, buddy. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Enough of that.
Well,
it was a great conversation.
Texas Sports Unfiltered, everyone.
It was a really good conversation.
There it is.
All right, we're gonna leave you to it. You guys have a great one, man. Y'all be good.
See y'all later.
All right, we'll see you guys.
Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Will Turboff. Gonna be kind of scatter shooting today, like I said during crosstalk. Some college football, some Texas football, some pro football. But first, we're going to start with Texas football and specifically recruiting. Yesterday, it was announced that Jay Cruel, the top 247 edge rusher out of IMG Academy, will be committing on August 12th. So basically a week from yesterday, next Tuesday. Originally from Orlando, he is a Florida kid, one of the rare actual Florida kids on the IMG Academy team. But hey, top three: Oklahoma, Texas, Ole Miss. Florida is still kind of in the picture to some degree, but they're not expected to get this one done. At this point, we are still waiting to hear more. To my knowledge, calls have not been made to either of the three programs saying I'm coming or I'm not. And I'm not sure if calls will be made, as we've seen. The recruits are getting smarter than ever. No, it's going to leak once you tell a school you're not going there. That being said, it's going to be Texas or Oklahoma. You don't really want to count out Ole Miss with how they're spending money at the edge position in high school now compared to the portal. But it would be very surprising if this isn't one of the Red River teams. And, Oklahoma, they've been the longtime leader, but Cruel, his original commitment date was set for October. He's now moved it up to next Tuesday. And he's gone on record multiple times this summer saying his biggest thing with Oklahoma is he wants to see how they look in the season. Because, they're obviously, it's an important season. They're on the hot seat, all that. Meanwhile, Texas, there's been more Texas buzz than there ever has been over these last few weeks. Not ready to call it, but if I had a gun to my head, I would say the Longhorns right now. And Nathan, yes, it will be on TV. It'll be on ESPN next Tuesday. Haven't released a time, but it'll be on their college football live show / broadcast, whatever you want to call it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of broke it down perfectly. I'll just kind of go from the scouting side of this. I think Jake Cruel is maybe the best, at one thing in terms of the edge guys that they have. He's a better pass rusher than I think anyone that's kind of in this group. Maybe lacks a little bit in the run game, but he's got the measurables and he's got, we believe everything between the ears. Yeah, you get a little bit of the dog and pony show with the TikToks, but this is a true player. Make no mistake, yes, there have been some disappointing names at IMG in the last few years. I don't think Jake Cruel will be one of those. 6'3", 230. I just think very low floor with Jake Cruel.
Yeah. And with him as well, he'd be if Texas lands him, he'd be the first prospect Texas has landed out of IMG Academy since 2024 when they got Jared Gibson and Jordan Johnson-Rubel. And he'd be the first prospect from Orlando that Texas has landed since CJ Baxter and actually Peyton Kirkland, who is obviously no longer at Texas, but they're both in the 2023 class. So, hey, Texas still recruiting Florida and Orlando hard, even without the Shard Choice still around. It's notable. And I agree with you. Pure pass rusher. You could even give him that DPR tag, designated pass rusher, as, a third down specialist. Not that he can't, defend against the run or play the run, but the body type, the athletic profile, and the measurements, Richard Wesley is a guy who can stay on the field all 3 downs. Jake Cruel is a guy who can stay on the field all 3 downs, but it'd be better to throw in a Lance Jackson or, obviously Colin Simmons is easy to say too. But with him, he'd be pretty much a pure pass rusher. So I see the vision, Coach Top.
Yeah.
He's a bit smaller than Colton Vosick. They're obviously the same position, same skin color, and kind of almost even look alike. But with him, I feel like Vosick was more well-rounded between run and pass defense than Cruel is, at least as a high school prospect. Not that he can't be better than Vosick or vice versa, but yeah, and the way to describe him, speed rusher, an all effort. He's 110% effort kid every snap. So going to be exciting to see where he ends up, either at Texas or he'll be playing against Texas the second weekend of October going forward. So that's one we're watching. Some other stuff I wanted to talk about. Yesterday, Texas awarded a walk-on with a scholarship. They're now full at 85 scholarships. I just figured we'd pull up the video and show it. It was pretty cool. Sark called in the big guns. Glenn Powell was part of the announcement, and just going to let it play.
I got a video I want to show you first, and then we'll get into the rest of the meeting.
What's up, Longhorns? It's Glenn Powell, fellow Texas alum. I have a newfound respect for what it takes to join a football team. It takes grit, it takes grind, and most importantly, it takes heart. Marshall, your hard work has not gone unnoticed. No! That is why Texas is earning a scholarship.
I think that's basically the whole thing. But man, that is Marshall being one of the only guys that is still around from the 2021 season. I'm not sure, but I think that him and Michael Taft might be the only ones that are still there, from walk-ons in 21.
Because I couldn't be more fired up for you, man. Congratulations.
Y'all are part of the biggest reason why I show up every day. Been doing this for 5 years. It doesn't get old. Keep working. This is the dream, man.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, very cool. Like I said, I mean, we've seen a lot of, not a lot, but a good amount of guys in the last few years get that video. Marshall now, Mookie, and then Jeb Bush a couple of years ago. I can't think of any others, in the Sark era, but just one of the coolest things you can see in college football. Someone finally getting that, especially this late in their career. It's his last year, probably playing football ever. So great to see.
Yeah, first walk on to be promoted to Scully since Mookie Taff, which was during Alamo Bowl prep in late 2022, going into that Alamo Bowl versus Washington. And kind of the backstory on this, Texas is at 84 scholarships after the transfer portal, after spring ball, after all that. So the thought process was they were going to move one of the walk-ons to Scully. This one makes the most sense considering he's in his final year of eligibility because, unless it was a guy who was going to emerge into an impact player like a Michael Taff, it was very likely going to go to someone who only has 1 year left so they can have that Scully back going forward. For him, he's primarily played special teams. He's number 51. I know, he hasn't been on the field a ton, but this past season he was, I believe, on both kick and punt coverage. It's a cool story. Highland Park native, went to Highland Park, played for the Scots, and I think you said it earlier. But outside of him and Michael Taff, I'm not sure if anyone on the current 2025 roster was still there in 2021. Because Mookie Taff and Marshall Landwehr were both there for Sark's first ever season, the 5 and 7 year. And I don't want to bring up PTSD or anything, but they've seen it all. They've seen the entire journey. They've been there for the entire journey, and they busted their ass for the entire journey as walk-on. So pretty cool to see, and happy for them.
I'm taking a look at the 21 roster right now. It doesn't look like anyone is left. Bert Auburn did have another year. He could have been on the team. I don't believe, is Thatcher Milton still with the program?
I don't think so. At least I can't remember seeing him during the availabilities last week.
And I believe Christian Reezy is also no longer with the team. I think he graduated. So that would be the only two that I could think of.
Yeah, but it's nuts. Hey, this is also this is the first season of the Sark era where there isn't a single Herman holdover. Not just players that played for Herman, but players that signed to play for Herman, like JT Sanders in the 2021 class. In fact, the only person still left in the program that had an affiliation to Tom Herman, Texas, was Jalen Gilbo, who committed to Texas in 2019 as a sophomore or something like that, or maybe in 2020. It was super early, stayed committed for about a year. Herman got fired, Sark got brought in. He decommitted that week, ended up going through the process again, committed to Gary Patterson and TCU. And then on Thanksgiving of what was his senior season, he flipped to Texas. So Gilbo's kind of the only one left that I guess had an affiliation with Herman. But it's crazy to think, last year was year 4. Gunnar Helm, Jade Barron, those are guys that either signed to play for Herman or did play one season for Herman. So, it's full. Sark always talked about in his first few years, I want this to look like my team. I think by year 3, he said, this looks like my team, what I want it to look like. And never truer than it is now. So thought that was pretty cool. We got a question here from Antoine. He said, Jordan, did you ever see Trevor Gooseby when he was at Woodrow Wilson before transferring to Melissa? I did not. I actually kind of forget he was there. Melissa, shout out to them. I don't know how they're doing it, but they have excelled at getting future Power 4 offensive tackles to transfer in there. Goosby's obviously one of them. I'm not sure if they're in the Melissa school zone or how they did it, but he finished his career at Melissa. And then actually Max Wright, a lot of people either forget this or just don't know this. He was at Plano East his freshman year, and then halfway through his sophomore season, something happened. I do not know what it was, But in the middle of his sophomore year, he transferred into Melissa, and his first year playing at Melissa was his junior season, or it was his sophomore season. Apologies. So I mean, the whole thing. Wait, no, excuse me. Sorry. Transferred into Melissa's sophomore year, didn't play the rest of the season, started getting offers when spring ball and other stuff happened. Texas invited him to camp going into his junior year, offered him there, and then he was committed at he silented at least at the junior day in January of this year, committed not too long after. So, hey, shout out to them. They're getting offensive tackles one way or another. So, yeah, CB, I need to check this out. I have not seen the episode of Godbolt on Third and Longhorn, but it sounds like I need to check it out. Something else I wanted to talk about. I wrote a story about this the other day, but Diabell is probably the most battle-tested QB prospect of the last 5-10 years. Listen to this. This upcoming season, and these are according to the Max Preps rankings for high schools, he will play the number 7 team, Chaminade Madonna Prep, where Derek Cooper goes. He will play the number 10 team, St. Thomas Aquinas. Going to play the number 15 team, Edna Carr, in New Orleans, by the way. And then they also host St. Joseph's Prep out of Philly, which is number 30. And they play Miami Central, which is number 41. They're playing 5 top 50 opponents and 3 top 15 opponents. And you look at the other 5-star QBs, Faison Brandon, number 1 overall prospect. They don't play a single team in the top 100. They are the number 17 team in the rankings. Keyshawn Henderson, 5-star Houston commit. Will, listen to this. They're playing St. Francis Academy.
I saw that, yeah.
That game is over. Like, I love Keyshawn Henderson. It might be best for his career if he doesn't play.
Hey, but that's a game. Like, I know it's a complete difference in talent. And, Legacy goes into a game with much more talent 90% of the time. This is a game where Keyshawn Henderson can really cement his spot as a legendary high school quarterback. If he was able to win that game, like, you don't get it playing there, you don't get the chance to beat, the North Shores and the Westfields and the Cadies of the world, because you don't play those teams. This is your opportunity to really might make your mark. So, yeah, it's very unlikely that he has a great game against them, but it's not impossible. I mean, this guy's ranked as one of the top quarterbacks in the country for a reason.
Yeah, but I mean, shit, man. Like, you think about Duncanville, they played St. Francis in Dallas last year, and they won the game. But, all of that was because Keelan Russell put him on his shoulders. St. Francis has a top 5 prospect in the country in Zion Ely at edge. They have, 6 other power 4 D-line/edge guys. Their entire secondary is going to play in the SEC. They are loaded. In fact, St. Francis could probably beat IMG this year. It's a really, really good St. Francis team. And I remember seeing what they did to DeSoto at a Fort Worth ISD Stadium a couple years ago as well. That game was not close. It was not competitive. The reason I just bring up it's going to be a challenge is, Keelan Russell played out of his mind that game. And it's him scrambling. There's pressure in the pocket every time. And Duncanville had, legitimate FBS line prospects on their team blocking for him, and they still couldn't stop the D-line. And it's scrambling for his life, and then it's downfield to DeCorian Moore, who makes a great catch, or Asen Theus, or Trent Yancey, or Zach Turner. All power 4 prospects. There isn't, outside of Mike Brown at Legacy, who I've heard is now at Klein High School, they don't have any receivers, FBS receivers, at least that I know of or have heard of. So it'll be rough, but I'm hoping he stays healthy, and I'd love to see an upset there. Another 5-star QB, Jared Curtis, not playing any top 100 opponents. And then Ryder Lyons, he has 1 game versus number 15 Mission Viejo. So, with Dia, it's going to be rough. Hope he stays healthy, but 5 top 50 opponents, 3 top 15 ones. That is truly unheard of, and kind of excites you. Someone who covers Texas, that raises the floor for Dia when he gets to Texas. And Trey Owens, KJ Lacey, even Arch Manning, Malik Murphy, they never played guys like that in high school. Quinn Ewers, yes, they'd meet Duncanville in the playoffs, or another team, but no one has faced the level of competition on the Texas roster that Diabell will. So thought that was notable and, kind of cool.
I have not seen Any Given Saturday SEC doc on Netflix, but I'll probably check it out. I didn't know there was a segment on my guy Torian.
I watched the first episode last night. Was focused on LSU for about the first 30 minutes, and then South Carolina for the last 30. First impression, pretty good. I think it is a little bit more watered down than I expected, and I wasn't expecting a ton. This is all very surface level stuff, but even then, it's still really cool to get inside the building of some of these programs. I can't bring myself, I think people will go out of this kind of liking Brian Kelly, but there's just no, you could put him on screen for 24 hours straight and he wouldn't be likable to me. But Shane Beamer comes across as, a great guy and a great program builder. So looking forward to the rest of it. I know Elko looked pretty good in it. I'm kind of excited to see who I actually like and who I could strike up a conversation with after watching these 6 or 7 episodes, but not Brian Kelly, I'll tell you that. I know too much.
Speaking of Brian Kelly, did you see what LSU's social media team did a couple days ago?
I did. Yeah, that's really distasteful, and I thought that was really shitty. I know it's just a student assistant trying to play a joke, but if you're not familiar, they posted a video that started off with a water tower. Well, Brian Kelly was at Notre Dame, and classic Brian Kelly form, he opted to keep the field on the team during a storm, and kept the video managers on the tower during that storm. And unfortunately, one of the video assistants passed away, and then some dumbass at LSU tried to make a joke about it. So, whoever did that.
I mean, I will say, like, these college creative teams, there's usually 2 full-time salary guys, and the rest are just student assistants. It honestly could be they didn't even know about that.
It's possible, yeah.
Because, like, I struggle to believe that they would okay that, knowing what was going. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. But, yeah, man, I'm excited to see this. I don't know what Torian said about Texas. I know they didn't really recruit him. He did visit a few times, but it was when Mikhail Harrison Pilot brought him. But it was probably, like, some motivational stuff about, I'm not calling him Michael Jordan, but he has that mindset where he takes everything personally and, like, just finds the dumbest things that really aren't even true, but they motivate him, make him better. So shout out to him, one of my favorite kids I've ever covered, and rooting for him this season, and excited to see him on that Netflix doc. Sorry, I'm looking Bishop Sycamore. No. And Jake Bayless, man, come on. Will, I asked them during crosstalk, don't know if you caught it, but have you seen Hard Knocks? It came out last night.
I've not seen it.
Okay. Well, it is with the Buffalo Bills. Some other, I guess, media talk. Yesterday, it was announced ESPN is buying the NFL Network, or is getting the NFL Network. In return, the NFL, or NFL Network, which is owned by the NFL, is going to have a 10% equity stake in ESPN.
Man, I've got some thoughts on this.
Yeah, the floor is yours.
I'm not gonna go really say what I think, just because we do have contacts at ESPN and they do a great job. But I'm not a huge fan of a major sports league having equity in the biggest media company that covers them. We're getting towards an era of state-sponsored media when the state is a professional sports league. And I know that's what the NFL Network was, but there's a big difference between the NFL Network being that and ESPN, the leader in sports coverage, the world's leader in sports coverage, being that. So it's not like ESPN's NFL coverage has been great over the last few years, and they know that. That's why you've seen so many personnel changes from the play-by-play side to the analyst side. I would hope this kind of investment would make you think, hey, maybe let's not slap Stephen A on 3 hours of NFL coverage every day, but I'm not super confident about that. I do think we'll see a lot of Stephen A on Red Zone. I think we'll see Pat. I think we'll see Monty McNutt. So, like I said, I'm gonna kind of hold back on this, but not a fan.
Yeah, I think it's ridiculously stupid. The red zone, if they take Scott Hansen off there, whatever his name is.
He said he's staying. He already said he's a part of this deal to stay on with red zone.
All right. Well, they want to play games with us with Hansen. We're going to take the fight, the riot to Bristol, Connecticut, or whatever ESPN's headquarters are. It's somewhere in Connecticut.
Troy had this. You can keep kind of scrolling through things. So ESPN has decided to take kind of the most aggressive streaming move that I've heard of kind of to this point. They're going to offer a $30 a month subscription, which gets you access to a bunch of live events that will also be simulcasted on ESPN. So I'm not completely sure how it works, and a lot of this just came out today. Jordan, no, you don't care, but ESPN bought the exclusive rights to the WWE's, pay-per-views, and completely Peacock was paying or NBC, Universal, whatever, was paying $180 million a year for that. I think ESPN is paying $350 million. So like a huge, more than double of what NBC was paying. That's a huge part of this. They're now able to lump in, the WWE with UFC and now the NFL, which is all going to have kind of paywalled events. So $30 a month is going to be. I've also seen that, like, if you have DirecTV or Hulu or the Hulu Plus Live Sports or whatever, and some of these other things, like, it will come included. So it doesn't start. I'm not. Again, like, it did just all come out this morning with their $30 a month thing, but I'm not really sure if this starts now or does it wait until they get rights to the WWE and everything else. So I think we'll be able to talk about that tomorrow. I think they're going to let us more information.
Yeah. This is, I think, one of, if not the worst parts of this whole deal. The NFL will own 10% of ESPN, which licenses its name to a sports book. The NFL will directly profit from sports gambling. Here's Roger Goodell, the NFL commissioner, in 2017. We will strongly oppose legalized sports gambling. The integrity of our game is number one. We will not compromise on that. Well, you did 8 years later. So,
yeah, a lot's changed in 8 years, though. You look at just kind of the general move to technology in the work from home, live from home era of COVID. And that was kind of the reason for the rise of sports betting. From the start, like, people bet on Korean baseball after not betting at all. And then you've just seen, FanDuel, DraftKings, like all these sites expand in the states where gambling was never legal. We're getting towards a point where, at least 80% of the states will have legalized gambling in some form. And it's just something that the NFL can't avoid at this point. But yes, I'm not a huge fan of, I think personally will never happen, but I think ESPN should drop ESPN Bet. I think it's completely wrong knowing that they now have a foot in the game. Like, they're playing both sides here.
Yeah, I haven't drafted in fantasy yet, and I use a few different apps. Lately, I've been playing Yahoo because you can do like an online league with randoms where you can pay $20, $50, $100. And it's just easier to do than an ESPN one, trying to herd my friends like cats to do a league. But apparently the ESPN Fantasy app is now a mix of ESPN Fantasy and like ESPN Bet or Bet ESPN, whatever the hell they call it. People are complaining about that, so I don't know. Like, this is going to be very interesting to see how this goes over the next 12 months. And hey, man, I'm with you, Steven Delgado. I share a YouTube TV account with my stepsister, and her YouTube TV package that we split halfway has Red Zone and Sunday Ticket, so I can watch my Niners. So hoping that stays the same, or else I'll be on like crack streams, airplane from my computer to my TV or something. I don't know.
So what I've heard is that ESPN and Disney have struck a deal with many of the nation's biggest cable producers or outlets or whatever, DirecTV, as I said, Hulu Plus Live TV, all these things, or all these, kind of outlets to get people to stop canceling cable. Will this work? Like, will people actually stay with cable or get back on cable because $30 a month, like that's a big jump. And most people are still getting live TV in some fashion, whether it's through YouTube TV or through Fubo or Sling or one of these things. But they want to have access to, to some of the other things. Like I said, $30 is a big jump. Will DirecTV, will Xfinity get more people off this? I think that's kind of the measure of success, because I think $30 is such a high price point, even in these days.
Yeah, we need a cable company to come out with some plan where you only pay for the channels you want and have
Fortunately, that's never going to happen.
Oh yeah, but man, I'll pay $25 a month for every ESPN channel and NFL Network, maybe NBA TV, SEC Network maybe, but hey, that's it. I don't need nothing else. ABC for games, maybe Fox, but but that's it. I mean, dude, even YouTube TV, I've been doing this kind of janky deal with my stepsister where we go half on it and it's her login and everything, and I have to be no, I'm just on vacation every 3 months on the thing. But when we first started password sharing or whatever you want to call it, it was $69.99 or $66.99. After taxes, it's now $84 a month, and the price I think is $78. And it's Netflix too. Netflix, I remember when Netflix was $7.99 a month, and you could password share out the ass. Now they've locked down on password sharing, and it also you now have to pay. I think I pay $16.99 a month for no ads, and it's $12.99 with ads. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
I was actually gonna say this. You need the CW to watch ACC. You need ACC Network.
That's right. I forgot.
There's no Big 12 network. I think that's the next one we need. Jordan, I saw you laugh at this comment. I'm just gonna bring it up. Did you guys see that Josh Hoover is a furry? So I'm so glad that we get to mention this guy, not Josh Hoover, mention the person I'm about to say on this show, because an elite poster and someone that I had a chance to actually build a little bit of a relationship with while I was covering Baylor. My friend Bags U. Let's see if I can pull this up here.
By the way, just want to clarify, Josh Hoover is not a furry. This is some burner account that made a meme and it's gone viral. It's very easy to tell that Instagram story was fake.
So this was, and it says parody account right there. I think he actually got the parody account tag as a result of this post. TCU starting quarterback Josh Hoover just posted this on his Instagram story. And as you can see, it's a doctored post that says Josh Hoover and then fun weekend # furry proud. Yes, that is not actually Josh Hoover, but it fooled so many people. This was because then it got a quote tweet or an aggregation from one of those fake reporters, the people that say they're at ESPN or Fox or something, and people kind of ran with it. So some great August activity, some great August chirps in the Big 12, getting ready for the rivalry.
I'll say we got to give some credit to some of these burners. They've upped their game a lot. I love it when one of the fake reporters posts something and then they're obviously in a group chat or something because 19 other similar accounts retweeted or post the same thing to get it going. And then 3 hours later, you got Dove Kleinman tweeting about it or something just stupid. It's bad, the amount of misinformation, but it is also funny, and I think most people with common sense are able to sift through it well enough.
Jordan, we were kind of on betting for a second here.
Mm-hmm.
Just saw this, wanted to bring it up. Someone posted the most bet overs and unders ahead of the 2025 college football season. Would you like to take a guess what the 3 most bet overs and the 3 most bet unders are, or do you want me to just tell you?
Real quick. Very casual better. All I do is Prize Picks and Underdog. I don't have a bookie, nothing like that. Are we talking team win totals? Is that
win
what this
totals?
Is?
Yes.
Okay. I'll go biggest under.
And it's not it's not. Are you betting them to have this many games under the under? It's just, are you betting the under?
Michigan
is number 2. They're at 8.5, and they're the second most bet under.
For over.
I'll tell you this: the same team is the most bet over and the most bet under.
Just tell me.
It's Colorado with the most bet at over and the most bet at under at 5.5. At number 2 is for the over is LSU at 8.5. And the number 3, I'm actually was kind of surprised to see this on first glance, but now I think, man, it's not a bad bet at all. Ohio State at 10.5. If they're able to make the playoff or win the Big Ten championship, like this is kind of a foregone conclusion.
How does this work? Is this regular season only where it can only count to 12 games or playoffs as well?
I believe it counts to playoffs. I'm not completely sure, but I do believe that it counts to playoffs.
Shit, I mean, yeah, that is a good bet. Like, you got to think about it. They'll probably lose to Michigan until Ryan Day proves he can beat them again. Then we're going to continue favoring Michigan. They got big game James. I'm pretty sure that game is in Columbus. Penn State's getting a ton of hype, a ton of love, ton of buzz, but I don't know. We'll see. Like,
they have Oregon again this year, right?
Sorry?
They have Oregon again this year?
I believe so. I was going to bring them up as well. Like, those are the 3 games that they have to go 2-1 on that, obviously, in the regular season. And I mean, I don't know. I'm very curious to see Oregon. I don't think they've announced Dante Moore as a starter. He probably is going to start, but it's been a competition the whole offseason with my guy Austin Novosad. So hoping Novosad can win the job, but looking like it's Dante Moore's.
Sorry, one more. The third under. This one is very similar to Colorado in terms of the public perception.
Texas Tech.
North Carolina.
Damn.
7.5. People don't like 7.5.
Damn. Can you send me that tweet or story or whatever that is? I'm interested to look into that. Don't have anything to pull up, but have you seen what's been going on at ULM?
I have, yeah. I mean, I don't think I have a full grasp on it, but from what I have seen and kind of just scrolled through, that ULM has a new athletic director, and the athletic director, when she or he came in, was told, hey, we need to cut some costs. And their first idea was, hey, why don't we just cut $9 million from the athletic budget? And going from a budget that was already pretty low, like $21 million in FBS football is extremely low, regardless of who you are. There's FCS teams that maybe one FCS team that has a bigger budget than that, Sac State. But I would imagine this is as close to the bottom as you can get. Maybe a Kennesaw State, maybe a school like that has never invested in their team. But ULM going from $12 million, I mean, $21 million to $12 million, you can't do anything with that. I mean, you think Texas's budget, or in most of the elite Power 4 teams, their revenue sharing alone is between $20 and $30 million. ULM has a third of the cap, and that's it. Like that's not their revenue sharing budget. That's their entire budget for the athletic department. So if you're playing football at ULM, I don't know how you're getting paid right now.
Yeah. Okay, so what happened, they had a new president who, like you said, they're at $21 million for the athletic budget. They wanted to cut it $6 to $9 million. I'm not sure if that cut has actually happened yet, but it is on the table. The AD, who had been there for a few years, said, I'm resigning. I'm not doing this. Because $21 million was already the least amount of budget in the entire FBS. And they want to cut $6 to $9 million from what was already the lowest budget in the FBS. And the AD, he quit. He resigned. Their interim AD is currently the head football coach. In college, there's a head football coach who's the interim AD. Like, not good at all. I'm blanking on the name of the running back. They had the one in the portal.
Ahmad Hardy.
Yeah, he's probably very grateful to not be there anymore. And it got me thinking of this kid, Deshaun Ford, who actually played in the All-American Bowl, believe it or not, and committed to ULM over La Tech. Had a very weird recruitment. Was at Opelousas in Louisiana. Not the best part of the state by any means, and not the easiest part of the state to come out of as a football prospect. But, I mean, like when he committed at the All-American Bowl on NBC, and it was on TV, he literally was like, yeah, I chose ULM because of Ahmad Hardy. I'm trying to start as a freshman and then go in the portal. Like, and he said that. So I'm hoping he can figure it out. I met that kid and he was like a sophomore, junior, and those are the only photos on his profile outside of his headshot. But man, it's rough. You already got to live in Monroe as well.
Right. Somehow these players are getting paid. Like they picked up, I'm just looking at their transfer class this year. They got guys from Arkansas, Wisconsin, Minnesota, another one from Arkansas. Okay, that's about it. Mississippi State, and then a couple from like New Mexico State, New Mexico, and La Tech. So somehow, I would imagine they're getting paid. Like I know maybe if you're transferring one of those schools and you end up at ULM, you don't have a huge reception, a huge crowd to come out and get you in the portal, but you're still looking for a little bit more than a college education. And they've consistently got guys from the SEC, and the Big Ten and big schools in the region. So yeah, they got General Booty a couple years ago out of the portal. So not sure what the plan is right now.
Shout out to the General. Also, other NFL news. The NFL has banned smelling salts or ammonia salts, whatever you want to call it. George Kittle's pissed. He's cracking those like every game. But their explanation for the ban is that it can like mask concussion symptoms pretty much, which I mean, like, all right, what about the Toradol that they shoot up every player with when they do any or have any injury and throw them back in there? I don't know. Also, Jordan Love, in an interview with ESPN, said the most impressive Packers newcomer has been Matthew Golden. So shout out to him. Rooting for him and also rooting for him to change his jersey number. 22 or 21, whatever he's wearing. It looks horrible. What are we doing? Like, the only receivers who should be wearing those numbers are guys like Cordero Patterson that have wildcat snaps and backfield snaps, or a Debo Samuel. No one else should be wearing a jersey number in the 20s. Like, if you're a receiver, it has to be 1 through 9 or 0 through 19 or in the 80s. That's like the only acceptable number, I think.
Yeah, I think there was like nothing left.
Well, he had 81 and changed it to 22, I think.
Did they change it for him, or did he change that?
I think it was his idea. And he wanted to be 22 because, like, that's where he was drafted, I think, or something like that.
And he's number 2. So I don't hate 22 for receivers in this day and age. Like, we're past the point of, go make your own number legacy. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah. Also, saw this on Twitter. Thought it was pretty crazy. Zach Calzada, who is going to be Kentucky's starting QB this year. Wow. In the 2019 recruiting class. Here's some other names from the 2019 recruiting class. Spencer Rattler, Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix, Sam Howell, Max Duggan, Ryan Hicklinski. Damn, I forgot he existed. Graham Mertz, who was drafted by your Houston Texans. And Tualia Tagovailoa, who I don't think is in the NFL. I don't know what he's doing, but former Bama/Maryland QB.
What I'm hearing is Zach Calzada has a better chance of being an NFL player than half the names on this list.
What are we talking about?
Okay. Spencer Rattler will probably be out of the NFL next year.
He's like going to start for the Saints this year. They have like Tyler Shuck has been hot ass like everyone else predicted except New Orleans, and Rattler's apparently been getting starting snaps. So
you're right. He will start week 1. He'll be there for the Saints. He will not be there by week 10. It damn sure won't be there by week 18.
Can we bet on this?
Sure, yeah. $10 right now.
That he is still on the Saints roster by the end of the season.
That's not. I said he will not be starting by week 10 and he won't be starting by week 18. I think he'll be released before the next season starts because I think they're going to be in the mix for a quarterback. They won't be, we'll see if a first-round quarterback really catches their eye and is worth more than Arch. But I think Tyler Shuck is going to start there at some point. And I think Rattler's the odd man out. But saying that, obviously Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix were first-round picks. Sam Howell, man, I love Sam Howell, but he's not gonna ever find his way in the NFL. Remind me where he got traded. He's not with the Seahawks anymore, right?
I have no idea. Oh, here's CB. He said according to Google,
Minnesota.
Okay, CB
said, Max Duggan played in the UFL last year. Ryan Hicklinski, I believe, works a 9 to 5 now. Graham Mertz will never see the field for the Texans unless CJ Stroud snaps a leg. And Tualia, I believe, is in Canada. So that's 5 right there.
Yeah. For what it's worth, according to Google, Matthew Golden's great-grandmother's favorite number was 2, and he wanted to honor her by doubling the number according to Google. Thanks, CB. Yeah, the Calzada stuff. I mean, he went from A&M, where he beat Alabama, to Incarnate Ward, and back to the SEC.
He actually went to Auburn first.
And then UIW? Okay.
Yeah, he spent a year in Auburn. They portaled in a couple quarterbacks, and none of them ever played. They were not in the group that ended up playing in the 24 season. They were brought in, for Hugh's first year, and then, that's when he decided to get rid of Demetrius Davis. And man, they've made some bad quarterback moves in Auburn the last few years.
You know what's crazy? Like, looking at this list, Sam Howell and Max Duggan are 2 of only 10 players or 9 players on here that finished their career at the school they signed to. Like, Rattler went to South Carolina, Daniels to LSU, Bo Nix to Oregon, Howell and Duggan stayed at their schools. Helinski transferred, I forget where, but I'm pretty sure he transferred.
Northwestern.
Mertz finished at Florida, and then Tualia Tagovailoa finished at Maryland. So, I mean, wow. Also, fun fact, you want to guess who will be sharing? I doubt you know this person, but guess who will be sharing the backfield with Zach Calzada this year?
Got no clue. I haven't played with Kentucky yet.
Seth McGowan.
Oh, yeah.
Former Oklahoma Sooner, who was kicked off the team by Lincoln Riley. That's how long ago this was that he was playing. He was part of this. Him and 2 other OU teammates were, I believe, trying to buy marijuana was the story. And they kicked the door and basically held the plug at gunpoint. And besides stealing his weed, also stole like jewelry, shoes, and I think like cash and maybe even guns. Like it was a very bad thing to happen. And all 3 of them were arrested. Some of them had charges dropped or other stuff. Like each one got different penalties. But I mean, McGowan was in jail for a little bit. I don't know if it was weeks or months. I read a story on it yesterday and I can't remember. It didn't really go into detail, but like he was in the slammer for a little bit. Gets out, goes to Texas College, which is an NAIA. After 1 year there, he went to a JUCO. And then after 1 year there, he ended up at New Mexico State, where he spent last year, had like 800 yards, was second team all conference, and then went in the portal and ended up at Kentucky in the April window. So, yeah, Trajan Bridges was one of the other 3 players there who has been playing at Central Arkansas lately and is still in the transfer portal. He's not committed anywhere. So maybe a team that gets an injury at receiver, a bunch of injuries at receiver, looks at him. Like, oh, you could have used him last year. They're starting walk-ons by like week 7,
Yeah. But Jordan Seth McGowan is listed as the 4th running back on Kentucky's depth chart. The starter is Dante Dowdell, originally of Oregon, spent the last year at Nebraska. So that's not too bad of a backfield. And, I'm not going to say Kentucky has depth anywhere, but they do have some names in this quarterback room. Cutter Boley played against Texas, somehow kept his red shirt. I thought he actually ended up playing a few more games, but Cutter Boley's back there. They've got Stone Saunders, who was one of my favorite quarterback prospects in the 25 class. So
really?
I like Stone Saunders. I really did.
I don't know. I saw him at the National Combine like his sophomore, junior year. Never saw him again. But after that Combine performance, just seeing him, how he looks physically, I'm like, I don't know. Hey, we all like different types of players, though. Yes, CB, Jaden Daniels was the QB that Arizona State was making fun of when they were cleaning out his locker after he transferred to LSU. Some other stuff I want to talk about. James Blanchard of Texas Tech coming in from the top rope almost.
Can't believe we almost went a whole show without talking about this.
Oh, no, I had it saved. Don't you worry. But Texas Tech's GM, who's James Blanchard, on underpaid elite recruits in an interview with Rivals. If somebody is underpaying an elite guy, only paying him $100 to $200,000, I'm going to give him $300, $400,000 and go steal somebody. Well, very interesting to me. Micah Hudson
the first 5-star prospect they've ever landed, one of only 2. The second was Felix Ojo this cycle. His deal was $250,000 a year for freshman year, but he didn't even get half of that. Why? There's a few different reasons, but at the end of the day, he was shorted on the money, and that was one of the main reasons he left to go to A&M. I know he's obviously back there now, but like they weren't even paying one of their elite guys on the roster what they had in a contract to pay him. And like when Tech first started dropping bags with Cody Campbell and everything in the portal, it's like, how is this going to be sustainable if they couldn't even pay one of their top players last year? So I'm fascinated to see if we hear anything else like I have on Micah Hudson from any of their portal players or other guys. It'll be very interesting. And as far as Blanchard goes, like I see the strategy. I think, a truly elite guy that's a 5-star is going to cost a lot more than $300 to $400K unless they're like a center or guard, or maybe, I would say tight end. Mark Bowman changed that. So I don't know. And like Texas fans hate Blanchard. Will, do you know anything about how he got to Texas Tech and into the college football world?
I believe he came out of the high school ranks, right?
No. So it's actually a pretty cool story. He's originally from Southeast Texas, Orange, Texas, which is right on the border with Louisiana and Southeast Texas. Basically was a huge college football sicko, scouting sicko, and would be on message boards all the time. Sikkim 365, Horns 24/7, like damn near every message board he was hopping on and posting like scouting evaluations and different kids. He also was helping some kids with their recruitment. There's an incident a couple years ago with this receiver that went to Baylor that was committed there and was going to OB to Texas and kind of got involved. That's what a lot of Texas fans remember from him. But he eventually created a website or a database for junior college where he was scouting junior college players, getting measurements from their coaches and putting their film and getting all this in one place. And then schools would like subscribe to it. I don't know what the subscription cost was. I assume $1,000 or a few thousand. And they would have access to effectively the best JUCO database in the world that he spent time creating. And during this entire time, he was working at a factory that made fire hydrants in Orange, Texas, and was like doing this on the side. And he always kind of had an affiliation with Baylor because his brother was a receiver who played at Baylor. And so eventually he got hired on to Sikkim 365 and was like doing part-time stuff for them, some scouting. And he actually was employed by Bears Illustrated at one point as well and was working for them doing some scouting stuff. Apologies, the lawnmowers are here today. I don't know if you hear them. But eventually, after, I guess, doing such a good job and making these posts, Matt Rule noticed while he was at Baylor, and he drove all the way out to Orange, Texas from Waco and offered him a job. And he started on the personnel team. Those low-level personnel positions, even full-time, they're not paying more than like $30,000, $35,000, especially back then. And he worked his way up, earned more promotions, and then whenever Texas Tech hired Joey McGuire, his first first guy he brought with him was Blanchard, and he made him his GM and pretty much they have a director of scouting, but he spearheads their whole recruiting, roster management, scouting operation. It's all him. So I have a lot of respect for him for that. Not an easy journey by any means, and he's done a lot of good work, but it's very easy to see why quotes like this and different quotes that have come out piss a lot of people off outside of Lubbock. I do see the vision. But I just thought this was interesting. And the reason that this is being brought up now is because Texas Tech is trending for 2 2027 5-stars. One is an edge rusher out of Savannah, Georgia, named LaDamian Guyton. He's a top 10 prospect in the 2027 class for us at 24/7, and is going to commit to Texas Tech later this month. And he will also be reclassing to the 2026 class. So thought that was pretty interesting. They're going to have a 5-star offensive tackle in Ojo, and Guyton might be bumped down from 5-star range once he reclasses, but will definitely, I think, will be top 50 or at least top 100. And then Cooper Hackett is another 5-star they're trending for in 2027. He is a top 15 prospect for us in 2027, 5-star out of Oklahoma. And there are multiple predictions in for him. I don't know if he's reclassing. I haven't heard anything on that, but he's expected to commit to Texas Tech sooner or later. So they're throwing money around. I think if you have money to throw around, it's best to do it at the premium positions, tackle, DM. That's what they're doing. Are they going to get a quarterback? Curious. A lot of buzz around Kavian Bryant. A lot of buzz. Several sites reporting it's Texas Tech versus Texas for him. Still a vague timeline and some things to be figured out there, but it's very interesting. And Nathan, I have heard that on Brewster. There's also been a ton of buzz about Brewster reclassing to 2026 and ending up at Oklahoma. So watch out for that one. But yeah, a lot of interesting things going on out in Lubbock. CB asked, will Tech finally use Micah this season? I'm not sure. I hope so. I assume he's at least in the 2 deep. Not sure if he's starting, but I mean, he'll have to play more than he did last year. So yeah, Will, I don't know if there's anything you got you want to close it out with today or
nothing I've got.
Sweet. Well, we're going to send it off. Happy hump day. It is Wednesday. And up next, former Texas quarterback John Childs joins Third and Longhorn to talk about his Texas career and much more. Check that out. Great story there from Childs, Mansfield Summit alum and Texas QB / wide receiver that ended up in the NFL. So shout out to him. And then at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay, they'll be back on the live stream, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. Everyone who tuned in today, appreciate you, and we will see you tomorrow. Peace.